Chat room. Chat room. Amos, Spice, Eyebrows, and Double A. How's it going, guys? How are you doing? Oh, Eyebrows right off the bat. We got the hydrate. How's it going, bud? I do want to open with, it is a beautiful day here in Kansas City. So I've got the window open. You may or may not be able to hear some outside noises. If it gets to be too bad, I'll close the window. You're building the Nims mob farm? That's an old video, bud. Definitely recommended only for more powerful computers. The triple piston worms make it a little, a lot. It requires quite a bit of performance to run such a mob farm. It's something that I would like to look into. I'd like to look into making a mob farm that can handle spiders and endermen, in addition to all the regular mobs. That's maybe a little less performance hungry. Don't wait until you're thirsty to drink. True, true. If you're thirsty, then you're already dehydrated. Pro, Guardian, how's it going, guys? Thanks for being here at the top of the stream. So what we did yesterday, first we proved how powerful the new armor is. It's pretty absurdly strong. Like, absurdly strong. Which won't be a problem if there is a new difficulty level set to be added, or, yeah, well, we could say that. It won't be a problem if there is a new difficulty tier in which that armor becomes a relevant amount of survivability. Not an excessive amount of survivability. New difficulty, new dimension. They could rebalance current parts of the game. I'm 100% of the idea that they're going to add a new dimension, right? I believe that between 119 and 121, so we're at 115 right now, and 116's on the way. So I think that 117 is probably going to be something like caves and mountains. I bet 118. I wish what I need to do is I need to look up all the history of things that Mojang has tweeted about, because there was that biome ask. You remember whenever Mojang was like, "Hey, what biomes do you want to be redesigned?" And then they opened it up for a poll, and everybody voted. I don't remember, but what were the 3 biomes in that poll? 118 is swamps. I remember it was mountains, caves, and swamps. Were those all in there? Mesa was. Mountain, Mesa, swamp. Cave, swamps, mountain, Mesa, Badlands. What is Badlands? Oof, we missed the block. It's an extension of the Mesa. Okay, so we could just call that, part of the Mesa. Because we wouldn't list, with the Nether update, we're not listing, each individual new biome that's getting added. We're just calling it the Nether update, right? So for the... what? So 116's Nether. 117 is, I don't know, let's call it mountains and caves, because that would kind of make sense to go hand in hand with each other. And then swamps and mesas could be 119. Wait, did I just mess up how to count? No, yeah, I did. 118 would be mesas and swamps. And then that then leaves 119 open for questions. How is the new armor overpowered? Okay, 30 seconds. I'll give you 30 seconds because we did like a multiple hour deep dive into that question in yesterday's stream. So my knee jerk is to tell you, just go watch yesterday's stream. However, I will give you a quick summary from yesterday's stream. With only an iron sword, completely unenchanted, with only a regular bow, completely unenchanted, I dropped myself directly into, I think they're called basalt fortresses. I dropped myself into the center of a basalt fortress, and I also had salmon, cooked salmon, which is not a great food. It's not a bad food either. It's a very middle, it's an average food. So with an iron sword, with an unenchanted iron sword, with an unenchanted bow, and salmon as my food source, wearing full protection for netherite armor to show how, like, the upper level of the power of this armor, right? Full power, just like this here, because nobody's gonna have basalt or have netherite armor that's not enchanted. So with just the super armor, I was near unkillable inside of this basalt fortress with no other resources. I also did the same thing for a raid, is with just the armor, I plopped myself down in the middle of a raid and had no problems. When a single thing can change the entirety of your play experience, then it's too strong. Which is why fishing farms are getting nerfed. You could just build a fishing farm, and right off the bat, you have your end-game bows, you have all of the enchanted books that you need, and you have a good source of food. Additionally, you also have all the emeralds you need for villager trading. I mean, all of these things are just from a fishing farm. And there's even more, because I don't use like, Nautilus shells? Aren't those good for conduits, which are good for like ocean things? So one farm completely changes the landscape of Minecraft. So it's getting nerfed. This one set of armor will completely change the landscape of combat. Therefore, it's too strong. No one thing should be able to completely revolutionize your world. So that's the now there is a question here, and Eyebrows brings this up, and I'm really appreciative of Eyebrows for bringing it up. So it is strong. That's not even a question. It's overwhelmingly strong because you could wear this armor with nothing else of equivalent level. This is the equivalent of late game armor that you could then wear. Okay, let's put this into terms more people will be able to understand, because right now it's really abstract and convoluted. Okay, you're playing a traditional RPG. You're a level, let's say that the end game of Minecraft, let's say that the end game is level 50. Okay. Okay, cool, cool. By adding this new set of armor, and the end game is something like, you know, protection 12 with an elytra, maybe protection 16 here, with full diamond either way, full diamond tools, full bow. And that's the equivalent of level 50, okay? Well, adding this new set of armor is like increasing the level cap to 55. Okay, that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. But then you do need new content designed for players that are level 55 in order to experience. Because now if you take that same level 55 player and you put him back into the regular zones, even if they're the level 50 zones, he's too strong. And then it gets even more ridiculous whenever I'm trying to put this into that context, into that metaphor. Okay, so let's say that our new level 55 player goes backwards and fights a raid, right? Which I would say is close to the end game, right? Level 45, level 50-ish, right? Same thing with fighting an Ender Dragon, same thing with fighting a Wither Boss, same thing with fighting an Elder Guardian. All of those are close to the end game. So close to level 50, okay? So here's the problem. The new armor is so strong that when you go back to the current end game content, raids and wither bosses and etc., you don't need other end game gear. You can wear early game gear like iron swords and bows and do just fine. That's how strong this new armor is. Maybe, hopefully that makes sense. The same goes for full diamond protection 4, doesn't it? Yeah, I would agree. Diamond 4 protection 4 pieces of diamond protection 16. And I'm saying protection 16 because protection 4 again, so that's protection 8, protection 12, well 4 again, which makes 12, and then, you know, there's protection 4 again, so there's protection 16. So full diamond protection 16 is already like kind of too strong. Adding in more armor toughness, man, they didn't need to do that. I mean, again, it's like increasing the level cap, which wouldn't be a bad thing if there was new content that required that level of difficulty. If let's say they took an early game zone and rebalanced that early game zone to be the new late game content. So let's say they made the Ender Dragon harder or the End Cities harder. That would make sense, right? And then that would make perfect sense for why you would need a new set of higher level armor, why the level cap needed to go up. So that's why it's strong, and it's like we're talking game theory here. You can't increase the power level of the player without also giving them a new difficulty for them to experience. I'm just gonna take this one all the way down and then use this one to rebuild from. I need to destroy it with Silk Touch, don't I? Thanks for the fishing farm tips. I started hardcore today. Good luck, man. You'll have to let me know how it goes. I'm super curious. After you get the fishing farm set up, I'd probably say that you should do a little bit of surface mining, so that way you can get your first set of iron armor. After that, you'll probably want to use some of the enchants that you get out of the fishing farm. And enchant your iron armor as much as you can with protection 4. Don't waste your time with specific enchantments, like specific protections. Don't do like projectile or fire protection or anything like that, because you don't know what's going to happen to you. It would require, if you were to use a specific enchant, especially in hardcore, that effectively says, I'm a mind reader. No, I'm not a mind reader. I'm a soothsayer. I can tell the future, and I know that this is going to be the greatest challenge that comes to me. You might think that you're going off into the cave systems to go and, you're going to find a skeleton spawner and you've got to lock it down, right? But then what happens when a creeper explodes on you and you don't have any blast protection? Okay, what if you are concerned about the creeper exploding on you, and the creeper does explode on you, but whenever he explodes, he leaves a hole in the floor, and right below that hole is lava, and you fall into the lava and die because you don't have fire protection? Don't waste your time with non-specific or with specific protections. Don't do it. General protection or nothing. Actually, that's not true. It's not or nothing. But general protection is the only thing you need to be working towards. Okay, so we go 1. So we'll put up the wall first. How's it going, Theodore? In my opinion, Minecraft needs a new higher difficulty anyway, regardless of new gear. I would agree with that. I think that's a fair statement. I would agree with that. I need more scaffolding. So, I mean, yeah. And again, I really hope that, the cave update and the, what do we say? Cave, mountain, mesa, swamp. Cave, mountain, mesa, swamp. Split those up however you'd like between the next two sets of, the next two content patches. So 116 is going to be the nether. 117, pick 2 of them. 118, pick the other 2. And then I think you're at a point where starting in 119, which will probably be I bet 2019 will be mid 2021. So 1.19 coming, I don't know, Q2 to Q3 of 2021, right? That'd be my guess. And I think that this is the first point in which we could really look at getting a new biome. For Poppy with a hydrate, I see you. Thanks, Hydro homie. What would, out of curiosity, Eyebrows, you say you want a new difficulty, and then you say, be it a new realm or a new difficulty setting. How could you have a new difficulty setting? Are you talking about, RL Craft? I don't know anything about RL Craft. Yeah, give or take. This will just make it so much easier to move through this space. Peaceful, easy, normal, hard, Dark Souls. So what would you do? Is like you would institute health pools to specific body parts. You would make armor actual armor and not just a general statistic. Because right now, if I catch an arrow in my chest, it doesn't hurt me any more or less than catching an arrow in my heavily guarded legs, right? But you could say that because I'm wearing an elytra with, you know, a more advanced mod, that these areas of my body, my chest, my upper chest and my arms are completely undefended. While I have iron armor and tools, I'm building a boat to protect me in a 7x7x4 house. I mean, you're moving up. Just get that food supply down. That's the biggest thing. The second thing is a shield. You need to have a shield in your offhand 100% of the time. Once you need to get the food, the shield, and then a full set of armor. Then use whatever enchants that you get to enchant that set of armor. If you want an easy mode of getting to the late game, find yourself a village, set up a villager breeder, set up some blacksmiths, and have the blacksmiths sell you full sets of diamond armor. So you can just manipulate your villagers to get you all of the diamond that you need. See, so there's a full set of diamond right there. And this only cost me 11, 12, 19, 22 emeralds. 22 emeralds for a full set of diamond armor. And then through here, I could also get myself my diamond sword. And then over here, I could get myself the rest of the diamond tools. Never needing to go caving. I would never need to go caving. So if you find yourself a village, set up two things. And this is for easy hardcore. Set yourself up like 2, maybe 3 things. Set yourself up a villager breeder, first and foremost. Then use that villager breeder to set yourself up an iron golem farm. And then, while the iron golem farm is producing you a buttload of iron, set yourself up some sort of... I mean, hell, you don't even need to convert them into zombies. You could just do a regular trades. You could just run them at regular trades. So like, here's a regular trade villager. I never manipulated him, so his trades are default. So 4 iron per 1 emerald. And then, look at this. The most expensive trade here is 26 per diamond. So what is that? It would be 4 times 26 iron is what I would need. So what is that? 52. That's 104 iron. 104 iron to get a diamond pickaxe. Do I have 104 iron? This is 64. Is that enough? No. Oh, there's 128. Okay. That's a diamond pickaxe with a little bit left over. So for the easiest time to progress all the way through hardcore, first thing that you're going to do is set yourself up a fishing farm. Use that fishing farm to get yourself an end game bow, and then use that end game bow to get yourself to go caving only long enough to get your first set of iron armor. And that's it. And that's it. Don't go caving any longer than that. It's too dangerous. Also, get yourself a shield. You need iron to get a shield. So now you have a full set of iron armor plus a shield, maybe a couple of enchants. If you have an anvil, which you might not, it's okay if you don't. Enchant your iron armor. If you don't, it's fine. So now you've got this full set of iron armor with a shield and a fishing farm. So you've got all the food that you need. Find yourself a village, set up a villager breeder and an iron golem farm, and then set yourself up a blacksmith-based trading hall. Sell the iron from your iron golems to the blacksmiths, turn around and use the emeralds to buy full diamond gear. Boom. That's how, and if you do that in that exact sequencing, you will have spent, I don't know, 10 minutes caving to get the, what is it? 5 plus 8 is 13, plus 7 is 20. So 24 iron for a full set of iron gear. And you really don't need iron anything else. Maybe an iron sword, but these can be stone tools. So 26 iron, 27 for the shield. Yeah, I would go for 27 iron. So however long it takes for you to get 27 iron. And that's it. That's it. You don't need hoppers to collect your villagers yet. Or the iron out of the iron golem farm. Just let them die. You might need a little bit more than that because you need a bucket. Yeah, go for like 30 iron. Okay, so anyway. From the wall, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 5th block. Yeah, thinking about it more, you need a bucket more than you need a sword. I need a shulker, which, yeah, we moved them. I'm proud of us. That'd be epic, but just take more damage, deal less damage setting. I mean, yeah, that you could. I would say make hard harder for the next level. 1 piece of food equals half a heart of regen, much faster depletion of saturation, make moms stronger and healthier. I mean, yeah, just making mobs healthier would be significantly more difficult. You know how Skyrim's difficulty settings, Novice, Apprentice, Adept, Expert, Master, Legendary? At Legendary, you deal quarter damage and take like 200% damage. It's crazy hard. I would like to see new mechanics get added with the new difficulty settings. I need to run to the restroom though. I will be right back, chat room. Okay, I'm back, chat room. Too many hydrates. Too many hydrates. Gonna get hit 355 while he's gone? Oh, I did! New level! Oh my god, another hydrate. Guys. Christopher, how's it going? The man, the myth, the legend. Whew. Okay, so we were talking about adding difficulties. So eyebrows, instead of just a numbers difference, so make mobs do 200% more damage, make players do 75% less damage, what if we made that like in just Minecraft? Okay, so here's, because you need a visual representation of those changes. If you just make those changes, it's gonna feel weird and squishy and like, squishy not in the terms of weak, but like, it'll just feel different. You'll change the feel of the game if you just change the numbers. But that's okay, because I have the solution here. I'm not just poking holes just to poke holes. I have the solution. You make mobs take less damage by giving every single mob armor. It already exists in the game. We already have a mechanic that allows for mobs to do this, to take significantly less damage. So every single zombie that spawns with some level of armor. Full leather, full iron, full chainmail, full gold, full diamond, right? And then you give all of their armors some degree of protection. Boom, there you go. Mobs taking 75% less damage? Check. A big check. You enable for other mobs to wear armor that couldn't wear armor previously, like wither skeletons. Maybe wither skeletons can start to wear, I don't know, because you've got to make it work with their body and their hitboxes and blah, 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 blah. You can make them wear chest pieces and helmets, right? I think that would look fine on a wither skeleton. Boom, now wither skeletons are tankier. You could do the same thing with witches. You could give them body armors and helmets. Maybe not helmets. And like, yeah. Mob farms would be so broken. I mean, you would have to tweak some of the numbers still. You'd have to tweak some of the numbers. Because you would have to say, mobs don't drop these armors. You can't have a mob drop that, you know. If you spawn a skeleton with a full set of protection, you know, protection 16 diamond armor with a power 5 bow, then you can't drop that and give that to the player. Okay, so where was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 5th block, facing forward. Is that right? And then the rest is that perfectly centered on this wall? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, sick, it's actually centered. Nims, would you add channel points to name some of your items? The problem with that is if we do it at any reasonable number of points, I couldn't possibly name all of the items that I have after all of the people that are redeeming those things. So it'd have to be some absurd number of points. Does that make sense? It'd have to be an absolutely absurd number of points. So we're talking like 100,000? Yeah, oh hey, Candy got it already. But even then, that still might be... We would then have to make it 100,000 points, and we'd have to limit the number of redemptions per stream. Like, only 1 redemption per stream? Alright, so we need... God, do I not have any more lights? I was thinking of naming the totem. Ooh! That's neat. I need more redstone lamps. That's a cool idea, naming the totem. I mean, I do have full... diamond shovel, diamond axe that are still unnamed. I have 5 pieces of armor that aren't named. I've got 2 totems that I carry on me. Oh, it's redstone that I needed. Or have one item that you replace for 10k points and just keep renaming over it. That's kind of a good idea too. It would kind of feel bad when one person gets, like, finally saves up their points, they redeem them, and then 30 seconds later somebody else redeems it. What did I need? Redstone. Well, I'll just carry that on me. You know Nims autocorrects to bums? Nice. That sounds about right. Ooh, I shouldn't put these in yet, actually. That's the point, though. My problem is I spend all the points on hydrate. That's true. What I would like is I really hope that they put in a better system. I don't know if I could have destroyed that, actually. Oh wow, we didn't. Yeah, that was actually perfectly fine. This is a great idea. Who suggested this the other day? Like using a comparator to lock a clock and not trying to make the comparator smart, but just make the clock smart. That was a good idea. Who came up with that idea yesterday? Okay, now we have everything exposed in the front. Okay, so we're gonna take 2 hoppers back, and then the chest needs to grow to the left. How did you get so far in your world? Oh man, we were just talking about tips and tricks for hardcore worlds. Do you want the easy? Do you want to play through hardcore on easy mode? Bradley can't even remember me. I'm sorry, dude. I bought a timeout on another stream. I got a week. What do you mean, Marius? You can determine that you will keep each name for like 20 minutes at a time. I mean, then it seems like it's a lot of maintenance trying to track who, the what, the when did. I can't even remember Bradley from yesterday. You think I'm gonna be a fair judge, jury, and executioner in that system? I either need the channel points to have integrated API like Nightbot commands. That's exactly what I want. Because if we have channel points with integrated APIs like Nightbot commands, I would absolutely love if we could do things like gambling your channel points, right? You could make wagers using your channel points on like will Nims get the mushroom farm done this stream? Will Nims die when he fights the Ender Dragon? Right? You could do things like that. Or you could redeem your points using certain like commands that happen and are integrated automatically. Like I don't know, maybe like the leak command. Okay, so the chest needs to grow to the left. I need to keep working. I need chests. See, and that's what I think that would be so cool. And as soon as you get like integrated API for the API for the channel points, I think a whole lot of really cool ideas become available. I need some more chests. I have no idea what just happened. Eyebrows, why did you time out a dude for 43,000 seconds? Oh, was he asking to get banned for a week? Oh my gosh. The actual mad lad. See you in a month? I don't even understand, dude. Gambling channel points equals chat spam. That's fair. And see, that's the other... I have considered that. That's one of my concerns at the same time. And I like getting to chat with you guys, which is why I'm really concerned about, like, channel points altogether. Invalid duration. Oh no. Try to give him 2 weeks. I needed chests. Yeah! Look at them ender pearls! Does your darkroom mob farm do that? My darkroom mob farm does that. Explain how you survived. Here, instead of explaining how I survived, I'll tell you how to do it in easy mode. Okay? So here's what you do. Here's how you're going to play Minecraft in hardcore and not die. First, you're gonna build yourself a fishing farm. You can build a fishing farm in the first like 5 minutes of playing Minecraft. You cut down 1 tree and you get 2 pieces of string, which you should be able to get from your first night. So you just gotta kill some spiders. If you don't want to go, you shouldn't go out in the night to get them, but you should go out in the day after all of the zombies and skeletons have burned up. So park yourself in your first night right in the middle of a large plains. So like, I don't know, as an example, I have a large plains over here. So park yourself right in the middle somewhere. Right there looks good. Look at my creeper holes. Creeper hole, creeper hole. Park yourself right in the middle of a large plains for your first night. Then cut down 1 tree and make a fishing farm. And then in the morning, go kill a couple of spiders and get the string you need to make your fishing rod. Boom, start fishing. Just start fishing. With that fishing farm, you're gonna get your end game bow, which should have power 5, and the important thing is infinity. It must have infinity, because you're now the first 20 minutes of Minecraft, right? You've had 1 day and 1 night. That's 20 minutes. You don't have arrows. Where are you getting these arrows from? Infinity. So the 1 arrow that you need to get, you'll be able to get from skeletons burning up in the daytime. Boom. Now you've got your end game bow. This bow will be so strong that you could walk through the world and fight all the mobs you need with just a bow. You could almost be naked. It's that strong. It's that strong. Okay, cool. Now you've got this super bow. Now, murder a little bit of cows, chill on the surface of your world, trying to find some iron, get yourself a shield, some iron armor, and maybe some leather armor if you can't get all of the iron. Just get any armor. Your fishing farm should catch you some leather, and maybe you could use that leather from your fishing farm to make you some armor. Okay, cool. Now go caving. You're gonna need to cave for a little bit because I need you to walk away from caving with about 40 iron. Okay? 40 iron. So with this 40 iron, you're gonna make yourself a full set of iron armor. A full set of iron armor, a sword, a shield, and a bucket. Of course, if you already had a shield, if you already had a little bit of iron because of the surface iron you were able to find, you need less iron. Okay? So now you've got a full set of iron armor, along with a shield and a bucket. Cool. go find a village. Once you find this village, set up a villager breeder. Use the output of that villager breeder to set up an iron golem farm. Don't worry about hoppers auto-collecting the iron. You'll manually collect it for the first, I don't know, 5 or 10 iron golems. After that, you'll also need to find yourself a little bit of lava, which shouldn't be that hard. Just find surface lava. Do not go caving for lava. Find some surface lava, and you only need 1 blade of lava for your iron golem farm, for the entirety of the iron golem farm. And now you've got all the iron in the world, a villager breeder, and you've got a full set of iron. And now you've got, you know, everything else that you could want to do with iron. Then use your villager breeder to breed you up some more villagers and set yourself up all 3 of the smith types, an armor smith, a tool smith, and a weapon smith. Sell to them. I'm not gonna don't worry about zombifying them, don't worry about any of that. Sell all of your iron to these blacksmiths, and then turn around and buy all of the diamond gear that you need. All of the diamond gear that you need. All of the diamond gear that you need. And boom. Within 3 farms, I've now detailed how you will never need to cave, how you will have a good food supply. Well, excuse me, you will need to cave. You will need to cave for, it'll take you about an hour to get, 40 iron. But you never need to cave again. So once you've done that, fishing farm into villager breeder, into iron golem farm, into villager trading hall. If you follow that plan, you'll only spend about an hour at risk. Outside of that, you should be sleeping through the night instantly. You shouldn't go caving. No, it's all too dangerous. And there you go. That's how you get into the end game of hardcore Minecraft. And anyone can do that. Even a novice, even an amateur Minecrafter. You don't have to be some super god tier Minecrafter to do that. Takes more than 20 minutes to mine a stack of iron. I said an hour. You'll spend about an hour caving for that much iron. And you only need about half a stack, depending on what you are able to find elsewhere in the world. Really, I would tell you to find a village before you do anything else. Like first thing, day 1, is you need to set up a fishing farm. Absolutely. But as soon as you have a decent supply of fish, set out in the world, traveling only by daytime, and immediately sleep upon reaching night. And then find yourself a village. You should be able to loot the I haven't done one of these in a while. I'm kind of excited. Did he not give me Bad Omen? What? I wanted to kill a raid. Nothing. Scammed. I did get scammed. I wanted some more totems. Feels bad, man. Do you need a base that has an inside? I mean, your fishing farm you should have well defended. Thick walls made of non-Enderman grabbable blocks. Cobblestone's fine. Preferably a couple of blocks thick. Maybe some carpet mob pathing manipulation moats around it. Maybe some rail moats around it would be fine too, because the carpet moat, it prevents mobs from pathing over. Is that a horse or is that a pillager? Oh, it's a horse. Damn. To keep yourself safe. So, I mean, yeah, you probably need some known safe space where you can run to and hide when things most assuredly get dangerous. Killed by fire, so no omen. Is that what did it? Aw, man. Drop 2 zeros, and that's what it would be. So 50,000 minus 2 zeros would be 500, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Moelis. That makes sense that he died to fire and therefore no bad omen. Feels bad. Okay, so, how do we do this? Okay, so it goes... I wanted to fight it. I wanted to. I thought it would be fun. And, like, I need more totems. But the badges are cumulative, yeah. Boea says you don't even need an enchanting table if you got villagers. Truth. If you make a fishing farm and a villager breeder, you don't even need to set up an enchanting table anymore. After 1.16, when fishing farms get nerfed, you'll still be able to set up a really strong villager trading hall for all of your enchanting needs. Travel to an outpost? I have no idea where an outpost is. No clue. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hoppers immediately behind the wall, 1 up and 1 past. Okay. I need a dropper. How would we get this dropper in place? Two, 3, 4, 5. That works. 6. I botched that jump a couple of times, huh? That's good for the short term. I didn't even need to take this one up as high as I did. That's alright. Save base coordinates, bring a base and explore? I mean, I know the base coordinates. See, that's why we need to clear out that hill some more. Like, I see a skeleton, a witch. I think I saw a spider out there. There's multiple creepers that are just negatively affecting the rates of my Darkroom mob farm. Help, I want to spend bits. If you want it to show up on stream, it's got to be 100, but you could do any amount, and I'll see it in chat. And then you type something like cheer 100, all one word. What is a farm for? What does it do? It's a super over-engineered mushroom farm. Okay, so we're gonna go 1, 2. Hey! Bradley with the 250-bit tip. There you go. Very nice. And now you get that, like, the cool little geometric thing, and it's, like, all animated, and... yeah. How do you get bits? There's 2 ways, to my knowledge. It is money. It is money, make no mistake. You can either get bits by watching ads, which is, you know, it can be a little obnoxious because you're just sitting there spamming yourself with ads. And then each ad you watch gives you some amount of bits. It's usually like 15 to 50, I believe, is how much an ad gets you. Or you can just buy them with your real money. So you convert your real money into bits, and then, you know, you give me the bits, and then Amazon then sends me real money. So it's just kind of a fun system, is I think the hope there, that you get to donate. It's just another way of donating, basically. Okay, so on the furthest it goes Podzol, Composter, Podzol, Composter, Podzol. It is a pretty fancy system. Ugh. Okay. Podzol, Podzol, Podzol. Composter, Composter. Oop, didn't mean to swap hands. Yeah, that looks pretty good. How are these cats spawning so quickly? How do I check my bits? I actually don't know. I'm a bad streamer, I guess. On desktop, there's a button in the bar. Yeah, okay, yeah, on desktop, see, I can't push that button because it won't let me. You cannot cheer in your own channel. It gets mad at me. I get big, bold, angry letters. But there's a geometric icon inside of the send a message chat bar that you can click, and then that should show you. How's it going, Alex? How are you, dude? Okay. So then diagonal backwards should be against the wall. Diagonal backwards. There. I think this is right. And then each one of those is a mushroom. Mushroom, 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 mushroom. Yeah! I think it's coming along. Okay. So then it's what? Diagonally. So we should have 4 diagonal boys. Four diagonal boys. Kind of like... Seems good. Which also have mushrooms on them. Sick. And then I do remember we observe up and observe down, right? Which means we need exactly 6 observers. Cool. Nice. I was prepared for this. It's all right. We knew we were going to break into the Iron Golem farm a little bit. Okay. We gotta go back. Remind me to go back in there to get all those stone bricks because they might be jamming my machines. See, what do you need the mushrooms for? Converting villagers into zombies back and forth over and over to get cheaper trades. And also, kind of just because. Okay, let's give it a test. It should just work with torches the exact same way it would work with mushrooms. Am I an idiot? I put the pistons up too high. They need to go down another block. We're a little dumb. We're a little dumb. It's okay though. I'm cute. I make up for it. All right. Yes, much better. Seems good to me. And there it is. By the way, you need to change your title. You're level 355. Okay, but only because I didn't change it at the beginning of the stream. Question for you. Why build an auto farm when you need when for no more than you need, you could grow big mushrooms and break them with fortune? Because I refuse. I will spend an hour to save myself 5 minutes. This, I think, is an interesting project, whereas just growing a super mushroom would be a boring project. I feel like I've learned a lot on the way. I feel like this is super cool. I like this. However, you're not wrong. I absolutely could have spent the exact same amount of time building, just growing, I don't know, a dozen super mushrooms. And we would have been done by now, for sure. But I don't think that that's very interesting. Oh my god. Does this whole thing need to get mirrored the other way? Because look, if it's on this side, then we're coming down way over here. But if we go down here, which is right on top of this existing redstone. Whereas if we mirrored the whole thing, we get this nice open spot, which is also right above. Oh my god. I think we mirror the whole thing, chat room. I think we rebuild it. I think we take this whole thing down and we rebuild it. Yep, that's the play. That's the play. I thought, yeah, I do have garbage in my inventory. Yep, let's go ahead and unclog this first. Because there should just be stuff inside of this chest. I can't open the chest. Well, it shouldn't hurt anything then, as long as the chest still has room for other things. I kind of forgot that that was a big hole. Until after I was already falling. I don't think pistons break the mushroom blocks. I mean, it might be possible to set up a tree farm in the same way, or like a super mushroom farm the same way that we set up like our really clever tree farm. That might be possible. But I don't know off the top of my head. All of it's got to be mirrored. Every block. There's only one thing that gets to stay the same. Oh god, okay. So I gotta start the mirror now, lest I forget. Nims, I just checked and no, pistons do not break mushroom blocks. I thought they might, but they don't. Well, there you go. So then you cannot make a giant mushroom farm in the same way that you can make this giant tree farm. You would have to use either TNT duping or some sort of wither breaking. It's a story of the devil cookie. Oh man. We told that story just a couple days ago. I don't want to tell it again. Out of curiosity, Eyebrows, do you remember what day we told that story? Because I've got all the VODs saved. Like, I'm up to, in my second YouTube channel, I'm up to April 16th. So just 2 weeks ago for saving the VODs. And actually, I can get another one April 17th, exported now. Boom, it's exporting. I gotta do them one at a time, so that way they're uploaded chronologically. It's my favorite story though, which is why I made it emote. Out of curiosity, Eyebrows. You know, as with all things, I'm getting older, and my recollections of that event, I mean, it's just stored in fleshy space. It's just
how quickly the tide turns.
Oh, that's Momiji! I miss you, dude. Hey, Vsauce, Momiji here. Do it with the tier 3! What a freaking baller. She's amazing. Thank you so much, Momiji. You're wonderful. So that story just lives inside of like some fleshy goo inside of my skull. Has that story changed at all over the years? Or have I been pretty consistent? Has my fleshy goo done a good job?
What's the name of the second YouTube channel? Here, I'll just get you a link to it. It doesn't really have a name yet. Obviously it's changed, but I think only the things that need to be remembered are the major points. Well, there you go. Okay, so my fleshy goo's doing an alright job. Right now, you can force me to drown myself. So that needs to come forward. And then we need a strip of, like, 6. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Hang on. Yeah, there you go. With the hydrate. Thanks, man. I told you at the beginning of the stream that I have the window open because it's such a nice day out. Can you guys hear the birds chirping outside? Okay, so it goes... Okay, I see what I did. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. I don't see what I did. There you, yeah, I mean that's a pretty succinct description of that story. Dating convention thing. I mean, it wasn't a dating convention, but sure. It was like a Reddit Imager meetup thing. But yeah. But then everybody flaked out except for her and I. And I was like, I don't understand. Okay. Okay, so there's my confusion. Because that feels like an absolutely unnecessary block. But it's just how we did it. Okay, so it does go forward into that, and then 6 above it. Even though it feels weird, that's what we did. It goes forward into this, and then we have 6 above it. But where does the 6 start and end? Ooh. It's so weird building your things backwards. I know that there's 6. Okay. So it should go towards the left, 1 block extra. I can't place a scaffolding on that. That's weird. I think this is right. 1 block extra. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that should have ended 1 block off. of whatever wall it was against. So that one ended 1 block off the right wall, so this one should have ended 1 block off the left. Indeed it did. Sadly, no. I can't... that's something that I wish I could do. I wish that I could be like, hey, that was a great suggestion to the community. Have some points. I wish I could do that. Okay, so on this side, it's a dropper facing down. Okay, so then out of this dropper facing down, you know what we didn't check before we mirrored it? Is if that would fit. I hope it does, but there's a chance it doesn't. Okay, out of the dropper facing down, we've got the nook. Okay, so then it's just a comparator jack-o'-lantern. Do I have jack-o'-lanterns? No. Comparator, jack-o'-lantern, torch, 2-tick, torch clock. Okay. Ted Bundy. How's it going, buddy? Well, that torch was just gone for forever. And you hear the sirens? Or is my mic doing a good job? I was checking out your skeleton farm the other day. Mate, this worked absolute wonder. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Hell yeah, brother. What was the biggest dono you ever got? You know, I feel like a shitty person because I don't remember. I remember there was a day way back when Cedars did a, I don't know, $800, I think. But if I'm honest, Christopher and no, because they split it up. Because that would have been worth about $500 a person between ZGS and Christopher. But the single largest from one person in like a day, I think it was still Cedars at about 800 is what I think I remember. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm a giant asshole. It's very likely I'm a giant asshole because if somebody was that generous, I should remember that shit until the day I die. But now you've just made me look like an absolute fool. I'm just gonna... What are channel points for? They're typically used to like redeem rewards, but because I don't want to like spam chat with stuff, I don't have many rewards enabled. How long ago was that, Eyebrows? That would have been like 3 or 4 years ago. I need more comparators. That was an almost perfect flight. This wasn't. Oh, hey. Dude, Paralyzer again with the raid. Dude, that's back-to-back raids. How's it going, dude? Man, it feels bad. What time do you stream, my man? Eldon with the hydrate. I see you. I see you. I got my glasses on today. I see you. I needed regular stone. My inventory is just completely boned, man. Like the skeletons. Of course we raid again. Your stream was hella entertaining yesterday. Well, thank you. Oh god, I don't have any inventory space. What do? Okay, I don't need glass. So then I can take the quartz. Oh my god, why do we have so much quartz? I don't have room. Okay. We need like a crafting bag. That's what we need. A bag that stuff can, like raw materials can sit inside of. Something like that. I'm looking at everything in my inventory and I'm like, I need all of it. Okay, what are we, excuse me, what are we short on now? Still torches. I got the hiccups after that hydrate. It's torches again. It's torches again. I'm trying so hard to make these comparators. My god. Oh. What reward could I get with 1.1k channel points? Not, I mean, again, I don't like my chat getting super spammed. I like the conversation. I like being able to engage. And if we were to just have a bunch of rewards, then you wouldn't be able to see a damn thing because you would just be like, blah, 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 blah. Full of chat spam from reward redemptions. So like, I don't really have. Hydrate is the only thing. Came from your AFK tree farm vid. Works like, that's what I want to see. Yes. Dude, I'm happy that it's working for you. Did you build? We were just talking to Ted Bundy about this, which is a hilarious name. We're just talking to Ted Bundy about this. Did you build the skeleton farm to go with it? Or did you go just for the hand mode? Because you really need the skeleton the skeleton experience grinder if you're going to use it with the axe mode to keep your axe repaired. How's it going, Padawan? Oh, just popping in to say hi. Well, hello and goodbye, my friend. Okay, now I'm gated on redstone. Into torches, into compare 9 more. What am I on this time? I've got quartz. I'm still out of torches. I'm trying so hard. I don't want to use the spruce.
Look at the size of
Look at the Momiji! $150. She says, danger is looking around every turn. Trust your feelings, gotta live and learn. I know that somehow I will make it through. Got no other options. Only one thing to do. And that's to blow my mind with the 100. My window's open. I wonder if my neighbors can hear me. With the $150 donate. You are wild. She drops a tier 3 sub and then 100. Look at the top of the screen. What are we gonna call that? A top bar? Because we had like what was it? Corner troll, and then we had sidebar troll. What is this new animation? I don't know, but Momiji's got it all, man. What the hell were we doing? We were making some torches. Shit. Okay, now we're on redstone. I've got to like simplify this process a lot. My goodness. And now I'm no longer gated on torches. It looks like I'm gated on smooth stone. Sick. Finally. Ow, ow. Hopefully the crazy lady doesn't hear us hooting and hollering. We might get a guest appearance on this stream. I just went for the hand mode because I didn't realize I would need a skeleton spawner. So I built it above ground. Sometimes I use axe mode for short periods of time, but I wish I would have found a skeleton spawner first. Yeah, I mean, I actually did find legit in this world a skeleton. Oh, hey, give them a moment. Okay, chill, dudes. Dudes. I'm trying to show my friends. Okay, cool. I found a skeleton spawner right there. And so, I mean, it was on the surface. Like, the natural surface was maybe a block above this. So then, I mean, this right here is, you can see, this is natural grass. I didn't bone meal this. Come on. Come on, son. For all the Psych fans out there. Come on, son. Yeah, this was natural surface. So I was very fortunate to find, you know, effectively a surface skeleton spawner. And so in this hardcore world, I was able to build a surface tree farm off of, see, you should be able to see it here, a surface tree farm off the back of that surface skeleton spawner. See, I'm gonna fill my inventory up. Looks good. Did I miss my right click? Okay, I did. I didn't hit my button correctly. I run macros to do this, and I misclicked my macro on my keyboard. There we go. No hands. Everybody clap your hands. Nims can't keep a beat. And that's the tree farm that we're talking about. And then you can see I've got the skeleton experience farm feeding into it. No problems. One thing that took me a long time to get enough of was bone meal. I made a melon and pumpkin farm, and that's exactly what I did. Right back here, you can see all of the layers of like the rail, and there's a hopper minecart that goes through this. And it gathers, actually it looks like it's in my parking stage right now. Oh, yep, there it goes. It just finished dropping them off. And you can see that it's just filling up with melons and pumpkins, and then it parks right here. It parks right here with an unloader station, pretty standard. Drops it into this double chest, and then right under that double chest, I have a melon and a pumpkin filter that then runs into, dude, Bradley's Gaming with another 100-bit tip. He says he's gonna go grocery shopping after a while. What would be good that doesn't have to be refrigerated or cooked unless it's microwavable? No food allergies, but jerky is getting old. I mean, canned soup is pretty good. You can kind of just set canned soup, like in between your thighs, and then your body heat will usually heat it up warm enough to be, it's gonna be lukewarm at that point. It's gonna be body temperature, but that's enough to break down like most of the fatty things in it, so it's not like, it doesn't taste greasy anymore. You can microwave canned soup? Not all of them. No. Not in the can. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, true. But Bradley, he's in a... I mean, you could get a... I mean, yeah, you could get like a microwavable cup or a bowl or something like that and pour the soup into there. Chili's pretty good for like calorie density, if that's what you're looking for. But then if you're gonna be in a small, like 18-wheeler cab, then maybe not chili, if you know what I mean. Some Chef Boyardee, oh hell yeah, dude. And then anyway, so we've got the filter, and then I run it through a small little composter array, and then that's the bone meal line, and you can see this row of hoppers that then leads into, you can see the dropper chain that goes up right here into the tree farm. So that's how I built it. I bet yours looks pretty similar for your world. I am building your tree farm. Love your design, especially for its simplicity. Hell yeah, dude. I don't have your skeleton farm since I want to have my tree farm in my base, but I don't care about axes. That's only 4 emeralds for me. I mean, that works. That works. If you don't care about repairing your axes, I mean, what? An Unbreaking 3 axe has 1500 durability, so you quadruple that because that's what Unbreaking 3 does. So you'd get about 6,000 uses, which is about 3,000 logs because of just you have to hold right click. So stripping a log does consume a durability. So you'd get about 3,000 logs per axe. That seems fine. 3,000 logs per axe? What is 3,000 divided by 64? 3,000 divided by 60 would be the same. I'm just gonna cut off the 4 for easy math. So 3,000 divided by 60 is the same thing as 3,000 divided, or 300 divided by 6. Which is what? 50? So you should get 500-ish stacks of logs. Wait, no, it'd be 50 stacks of logs, not 500. 50 stacks of logs-ish, because I'm napkin mathing here. 50 stacks of logs per, 50 stacks of logs per axe. Nims, can you make use of the tree farm without stripped logs? Yes, but you have to use the much slower hand mode. So you would flip that lever, and then you just grab your saplings. No axe this time. And so it's going to be much slower now, so I'm preparing you for that. So now I just hold right click and left click the exact same way. And you can see, it's considerably slower. But I'm now getting regular logs and not stripped logs. And see how right as I break that 5th log, the timer resets. That's how tight my timings are. I put so much work into this. Boom, broken, and then you as soon as that last log breaks, obviously I'm not detecting that last log, but as soon as that last log breaks, listen for the audio cue, and this tree is only 4 tall, so it's gonna look like it's stalled for a moment, but don't worry. You hear that first piston that triggers before the piston walls retract? Here's another 4 tall. Yeah. I'm waiting for a 5 tall tree, so that way you can see. There we go, okay. Listen for the pistons. I'm gonna pause the music. It's almost as if that first piston, that singular piston, was controlled by that last log breaking. That's how close my timings are. But obviously I have to create those timings, and it just has to be a consistent timer. So if your tree is only 4 tall, I can't detect that. So it always assumes every tree that you grow is 5 tall, even though obviously that's not true. You can make pasta in the microwave, that's true. Technically I have a fridge but no freezer, so I have to keep it simple and say no fridge for chat's sake. Okay, I'm gonna stop it there. Did I put something in my inventory? Yeah, I did fill my inventory. Sick. So we can put those there. Oh wait, I didn't. So we put those birch logs in there. Do I have any other tree produce? Tree farm stuff? It doesn't look like it. Okay, cool. Yeah, and so for this world, obviously, I mean, I have so many things to enable this tree farm. I have so many things that all had to come together to make this tree farm work. Obviously, the tree farm itself, but then I also have the skeleton experience farm to provide me the experience to keep my mending, unbreaking, efficiency axe topped off in durability. And then I take the output from that tree farm, run it through a bunch of water streams, and take it over here into this room, which is an automatic storage and sorting system. So you can see here that this is the saplings for my oak, regular oak logs, stripped oak logs, which is what I usually cut down. We've got apple storage, birch, birch regular, birch stripped, sticks, jungle saplings, jungle regular, jungle stripped, and then we have an overflow detection system that takes the logs. So remember, there are 6 different log variants. So oak, birch, jungle, and stripped and unstripped. So 6 log variants. We detect the overflow, we remove all the other things like saplings, sticks, and apples, and then we only use the logs and we run them into an automatic charcoal factory. So this charcoal factory then converts those logs into charcoal, but using a furnace. But where does the fuel from the furnace come from? Well, it's a self-fulfilling furnace. The fuel that it creates, it also fuels itself with. I said that in kind of too many words, but yeah. The fuel it creates is the fuel it also uses. Why don't you just put a sapling in your offhand and mine with your axe? Because the axe has a right-click function now. So the right, in order to plant the sapling, I'm finding a tree. In order to plant a sapling, you must hold right-click. Everybody understands that, right? You must hold right-click to plant a sapling, right? So you, boom, sapling's down. But you must also hold an axe to cut down your tree fast, okay? So you have to hold right-click for your sapling and left-click for your axe. Well, what happens when you look at a tree and you hold both right-click and left-click? So over here, I'm gonna hold right-click and left-click. And you see that I get stripped logs. These were because I myself messed up, but these strip logs here, you can ignore those. Those strip logs here are because you have to hold right and left click simultaneously if you're going to use the log mode. It's just the way it works. You cannot do anything different. You could, I don't know, auto clickers build a macro somehow that holds. But then you're talking about the macro would have to have the exact same precise timings as the tree farm, and that's just not possible. So yeah, no, you cannot fast mine with an axe and get regular logs. It's just not possible. And it could go a little bit faster, you're right. I could get haste 2 beacon to make the hand mode work a little bit quicker. But if I did that, I'd also need to adjust my timings. to make the timings a little faster. So I didn't do that. That's not how I presented it in my tutorial video. That's not how I built it in my world. Because I didn't want to assume that everyone has a haste 2 beacon on all the time. So I did go with the slightly slower version, but that makes it more accessible to more people. But yes, if you turned on a haste 2 beacon, you could make the hand mode, I don't know, 5% quicker. It's not that much faster. But you would also have to modify the redstone before you could do that. I don't even know how to get in there. Because even if you cut down the tree quicker, we're not detecting the tree getting cut down. Remember, it's just brute force redstone to keep track of how long it's counting. So you would have to modify these comparators and the number of items in this chest. So. Anyway. Coming back here now. Oh, Daw with Hydrate, what's up? You can turn the strip logs into planks, right? Yeah, you can use strip logs every way that you can use regular logs. They are the same thing. They're just aesthetically different. So, if all you need is a bunch of sticks, then like, it doesn't matter which log you cut, because you're converting them all into sticks anyway. Same thing if you need planks. It doesn't matter what you cut because you're converting them all into planks anyway. But if you need logs that are unstripped, the only way to get unstripped logs with my tree farm is to use the hand mode. I got your Hydrate, my homie. How do you have 355 levels? We just got done talking about this, so I'm only gonna give you a quick overview. But we have a super powerful XP farm that's being fed by a skeleton. I'm looking over here because it's underground, right about there. A super powerful experience farm that's being fed by a skeleton spawner. It provides a moderate, not a high, but not a low either, a medium amount of experience and a constant flow. And then at the same time that we run, I guess I shouldn't have walked out of here yet, at the same time that we run this medium flow experience farm, I also AFK fish, which provides experience as well. So between the medium flow of experience that I get from the skeleton farm and the small flow of experience that you get from a fishing farm, the two of them come together and create a pretty high efficiency experience farm. How do I break wood without hands like you? I don't understand that question. At Nims, can you show us the mob farm with magma cubes at the bottom? Sure, dude. Doesn't bother me at all. Okay. I do have a tutorial for this up on my YouTube page. It's pretty old, and I've actually got a better version now. We figured out how to handle some of the spider problems. But this here is my darkroom mob farm, this large shape. So what it is it's 3 piston worms that are crawling back and forth on 3 different layers inside of a darkroom chamber. Each layer is 3 blocks tall, which means that Enderman can spawn, which is where I'm getting all of my Ender Pearls from. I do not have an Ender. I think that Enders are antiquated and you don't need them anymore because, yeah, I'm not having problems. For a single player world, Enders are overkill. So I can give you a quick insight here. Actually, let's do it in this world because we found a bug recently. 1.15 has a bug where piston worms can break. So I need to come up here and I do need to check this every now and then. I believe it's getting fixed in 1.16 though. So I'm giving it a minute because you can hear those pistons moving left and right. So I'm letting all of the mobs get flushed out of the design. And then, now that I've given it a bit and all the mobs have gotten flushed out of the design, we can kind of dig down a little bit. And look, you can see a piston worm sweeping left and right, left and right, left and right, just for forever. So as mobs spawn, they're immediately pushed down and out of the farm. And we have 3 layers doing exactly this same thing. And it looks like, well, I dug one too far. I was a little spooked. Did you hear me gasp? But then I remembered, oh wait, I'm broken. I'm so strong. Huh, how do I get down there? So that's basically my mob farm. Oh, no, I'm gonna process myself. Nope. Oh, God, of course it was right there as I went to fall. Why obsidian floor? Just the flex? Nah, you need to have a block that slime doesn't stick to. And obsidian is... So what do you have as options? You could use pumpkins and melons. Slime doesn't stick to those. But the problem with pumpkins and melons is Enderman can pick them up. And this farm does create Enderman. So you can't use melons or pumpkins anywhere inside of this. Okay, what else does slime not stick to? Furnaces? Furnaces are tile entities, and tile entities create a lot of lag. This is already a quite laggy design because you have effectively 4 piston worms. So you have the 3 inside that are actually moving. And then you have a 4th in the back that's creating the correct timing to drive those piston worms. So, okay, so we really don't want this to be any laggier than absolutely necessary. So furnaces are out. So what else could I have used? I think terracotta doesn't stick to slime, and I think I could have used terracotta. But, you know, I don't think I knew that whenever I built this, and terracotta didn't exist whenever I originally designed it. Oh man, this is so hard. How am I gonna get those blocks back in place? Oh, I almost had it. That would have been so cool. Respect as usually, large brain. Thanks, man. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Sick. Okay, now I gotta not get processed. All right. Okay, all good. And now we just pillar back out. Okay, done. Thanks for showing off all this. I know you have projects. Dude, no. Well, I'm here because I like the social interaction. If I just wanted to build stuff for the sake of building stuff, then I wouldn't be streaming. So you are wonderful. I love the questions. I meant, do you have an auto clicker when you go AFK? Oh, okay. I understand now. So people do it a number of ways. So you could put like a weight on your mouse. So here, I'll show you the first and easiest way, using just a fishing farm. because it's a little bit easier to understand. So I'm gonna step up inside my fishing farm. I'm gonna aim at the correct spot. I'm gonna hold right click, and then I'm gonna push F3 and T simultaneously. I let go of right click, and now I Alt Tab. And now I can show you that, like, here, we'll pull up my own YouTube page over here.
No weather and no
Oh
TNT.
God. And see, I'm able to now do other things on my computer while the auto clicker, or while it's fishing in the background. So refreshing your resource packs holds down the last input of your game. Okay. So now I'm gonna click back into Minecraft. I'm gonna hit right click, which stops the auto clicker, which stops that remembered state. Okay, so here's the next thing that you could do. You could options, controls. You see the use item place block is my right button. I'm gonna make that my right arrow on my keyboard. Okay, and now it's my right arrow key. So again, I'm gonna aim at the right spot, at the correct spot, I'll say. And now I'm gonna put I have a small like pocket knife that's right here, and I'm balancing, it's a little tough, but I'm balancing this small pocket knife on my right arrow key. Oh, it's not holding it very well. Come on, keyboard. I'm not getting it to hold down all the way. Hang on. Here, maybe this, okay, hang on. I got a better idea. So now I'm basically stacking weights. My keyboard's polling rate is not correct, is what this looks like. But you would be able to see that you could, hopefully your keyboard's polling rate is better than mine, because this doesn't work for me. But you would be able to put a weight down on that key, and then it would work. But apparently my keyboard's polling rate, so how fast my keyboard talks to my computer, apparently it doesn't like auto farming. And then, so then once you finish, you'll just come back and you'll reset your key to be the right button. Okay. Lastly, you can, some keyboards, especially if you have like high-end gaming keyboards, allow for macro creation. And so that's what I've got, and that's how I do it. So inside here, this is my keyboard software. So you can see here that I have actions, and then over here I have this G18 key. Holds, you can see remap mouse button. So this key right here on my keyboard, this is my real keyboard. This is what it looks like. So I have this key on my keyboard that I've remapped to my right mouse button, and it imitates holding that key on a toggle. So I push it once, and then it holds right click, and then I push it again, and it lets go of right click. And so that's how I'm able to just walk up, aim at the correct spot, and then I just push that button on my keyboard, and I'm done. And then whenever I'm done, I just push the key again, which shuts off the toggle, and I walk away. How did you solve the spider problem inside of the Darkroom mob farm, I'm assuming? It's a good question. I don't know if I'll be able to, yeah, I might be able to show it to you in this world. No, it'd be way too dark. Okay, maybe I can show it to you in the other world real quick. Redstone City, I think. Oh, yeah, boom, here it is. So what we did is a very specific flow of water is enough to drown the spiders, but also allow for the spider drops to fall out of these item stream, or this water stream. So the issue that we would run into is, let We need some spiders. Spiders. The spiders would basically get stuck. Okay. Can you? Okay, perfect. I see one. They would climb up this wall, and then they would just sit here in the corner for forever. But now when they climb up the wall, they go into these water streams where they eventually drown. And then there he's drowning. And I'm gonna turn on hitboxes so you can see his string. Oh, of course that one didn't drop any string. Trust that the way that the hitbox, or the way that the water stream is formed, it allows the items to then fall out of the water stream and still be collected like normal. And that's what we did. And so now, it's not the fastest way of killing spiders, but I mean, we weren't even killing them before, so this is still one hell of an improvement over the previous design. Do you still play Skyblock? I love your YouTube videos about it. No, I really haven't. We talked about this. YouTube has been rough for me because I'm not happy with the other content creators in this space. I feel like they're very manipulative to their viewers, and that really, it like breaks my heart and gets my blood boiling all at the same time. And so I'm really struggling because I don't want to exist in a platform or in a space where I have to worry about anybody other than myself. So with Twitch, I'm not really competing with anyone. Twitch doesn't have algorithms. Twitch doesn't have search engine optimization. Twitch doesn't have any of that. You can't manipulate your thumbnail. None of it. None of it. You just do you, and if you do you well enough on Twitch, then you grow. With YouTube, you have to play the game. You have to manipulate the search engines. You have to manipulate titles, tags, description, your thumbnail, and Ticonderoga with the brand new sub. Thank you very much for that support, my dude. I appreciate it. So with YouTube, you have to do all of the things. To do all of the things well, you need to know what the other people that are adjacent to you are also doing. So, in order for me to properly title, write a description, to fill out my tags, in order to properly do all of those things, to make my thumbnail, I need to know what every other video is also doing inside of that space if I want to do well. Which means I have to sit there and I have to watch all these other videos. I have to look at how they market themselves. I have to look at the way that they're creating their thumbnails, how they write their descriptions, and how they're interacting with their audiences. And whenever I do that, I see people that are lying and manipulating and being absolutely vile to people that don't know any better. And that like, I'm struggling to get past that part in like the content creation process. So I don't know. I have, as an example, this is one we talk about pretty frequently. I have this villager breeder. My villager breeder has never stopped working. I built it once and I don't have any issues with it at all. I've never had to reset my villagers. None of my villagers have ever died. I've never had nothing. I've never had it jam. I've never had it stall. I've nothing. Zero problems. And inside this world, I have I think it's like 24 days played. Yeah, time played 24.12 days. I probably built that 4 days in. So in 20 days of playtime, 0 problems. It's a good design. So if I wanted to teach you how to make this design, I need to first look up how all the other villager breeder designs out there like present themselves. And you know what I find when I look that up? I find nothing but lies and deceit. For what? So that way the content creator can make a quick buck. And that's frustrating. That is so frustrating to me. And because of that, you know, I really struggle to create in the YouTube space. And that's why you haven't seen any new Skyblock videos. Did you take those blocks back at the iron farm? I looked at getting them, but I can't open the chest because there's a solid block above it. But I can't break that solid block because there's water above that. So they're in there, they're right there, but they might just live and spend the rest of their days in that chest. Do they have to be streams and not source blocks? Yes. The water in the Darkroom mob farm must be that specific pattern. If it is all source blocks or all streams, then either the spiders won't drown or the items won't fall. That was the pattern I showed you, was the only pattern that we found that allows for both the spiders to drown and the items to fall. And what is it with Ilmengo and Ray Works? I think they're both lovely. I think that they both they're some of the good ones, Charu. They're some of the good ones. And again, this is opinion. This is all opinion based. All of this is an opinion. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated because no, screw that. It's like, am I frustrated because these other guys are ruthless businessmen? No, that doesn't really bother me. It's a little shady, a little manipulative, but like it's not lying. It's just being aggressive. And there's nothing wrong with being aggressive, to move quickly, to try to edge out your competition because you got there a little faster. That's fine. It's when you lie to do it. It's whenever you cheat to do it. It's whenever you manipulate the ignorant to do it. That's the problem. Okay, so it goes sick. Got it. I think in your case, YouTube is a good repository for your explanatory or tutorial videos. Personally, I'm probably better off on YouTube than I am on Twitch. The type of content that I create is rather thorough, and a thorough understanding of a world, or a thorough understanding of a premise or a concept, is better suited to the YouTube platform. You're right, it is. It's much easier to digest from the viewer's perspective. Yeah, I did that correctly. It's much easier to digest from the viewer's perspective in a pre-recorded format instead of it being live. Because, as an example, I'm here right now trying to have a conversation with you while I'm trying to also hold like multiple conversations or multiple thoughts in my mind. And with a pre-recorded platform like YouTube, that would never happen. I would never be multitasking, and I would never lose track of my own thoughts. And even if I did lose track of my own thoughts, it's pre-recorded. So I would just cut that take and then re-record that take again until I was able to present my thoughts in a clean, concise manner. Just don't go bad-mouthing Etho or we're gonna have a disagreement. I have no problem with Etho. Etho is never, like, Etho's also one of the good ones. In my opinion. I think this is right. You can break that solid block, just replace it with a stair really quick. Okay. Let's see. On the outside, it's dirt. And then on the inside, it should be a composter. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Looks good. I'll try to get a stair and replace it really quick. We'll look. Okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. Where's the water gonna go? It's just gonna land on top of the chest. It doesn't really matter, huh? Oh goodness, the iron golems are so loud. I mean, yeah, the water would have flooded out, but it just landed on the chest. And see, look at all these blocks that aren't supposed to be in there. How did melon slices get in here? That's wild. Must have happened a long time ago. What did I just hit? I like scratched my... Why am I not flying? Why did I just, like, do a foot fly twice? Did you guys see that? Your current videos led me to your stream and become a supporter. Have faith that doing videos will gain you an audience, the right one you need. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. But here's the thing, and I'm not trying to poke holes in your argument. I'm not trying to throw that back in your face. Again, I really appreciate the kind words. You only found my videos in the first place because I played the YouTube game well. The title, the tags, the description, the thumbnail, even the words that I say in those videos need to be very carefully constructed, so that way the algorithm that controls what content YouTube recommends to you will recommend my video. If I don't do those things, then my video won't be recommended to you. You'll never see it. And so at that core pivotal point, you would have never found it. So everything that happened secondary to you finding the video just wouldn't have happened. I thought your elytra was broken? Yeah, it was weird. That was so weird. I have no idea what happened. Oh, no, I was dumb. That's what I needed. Yeah, that's okay. Just do what you want to do. Don't want you having a burnout or something like that. I mean, well, at this point, I think in 2019 I made 4 videos, right? So clearly, even the things that I want to do aren't working. So I need to reevaluate. Like, I need to have some sort of, I need to be extremely introspective and find out what does and doesn't work for me. So that way I can return to content. I need to somehow find a method or a system that allows me to create in that space without without becoming, I don't know, disenfranchised from the platform. How do you have so much gunpowder? Darkroom Mob Farm. Spawns creepers, kills creepers. Witches also drop a little bit of gunpowder, but it's 99% creepers. Okay, so cool, that's set up. And so let's go ahead and get... Is it right on top of the composters that we put the second set? Yes, it is. Cool. I didn't really think that through, huh? And is it 5? No, it should just be 1 more composter. But I'm out of... Oh, hey. I found more Ponzel. And Amos with a hydrate. How's it going, man? I think that's correct. No, we can see your messages, Marius. And Bradley. I don't know about that. I went through pages of AFK Fish Farm videos. Your delivery, presentation, and production value sold me even after seeing many others before. I mean, that's fair. That's a good point, but I still think that even, let's say I was on search page 2, right? And I didn't play the game super well. How many pages of fishing farm videos do you think there are? I don't think that guessing 100 pages of fishing farm videos would be an unreasonable guess. So just the fact that I was on page 2 still puts me in the 95th percentile, the 98th percentile. Does that make sense? Oh god, I missed tree guts. I'm coming back. But again, I really appreciate the kind words. I'm not trying to poke holes in the argument. It's just, if I were to upload a video with a default thumbnail, so just like a auto-generated thumbnail, pay no care to the title, put a bare bones description, no, just say like, this is a blank, and then, and then don't even put any tags in, I would be showing up on the super far back pages. Like, I wouldn't show up anywhere close to the front of YouTube's search results. Oh man. There's some stuff with the window being open. Okay, so it should be diagonally to the back of each cedar, or excuse me, of each farm spot. So it should be like... Is that correct? It should be like 2 blocks down, 1 block to the back. Let me double check. Yeah. So there should be 4 on top and 4 in the back. Okay. And then we need to observe the growth spots. I have a pretty good idea of how to do this part without needing reference. Awesome. Into what? A solid block up top? Apologies if it seems... No, you're not pressuring at all, dude. You're good. I know you gotta do what you gotta do, just trying to give another perspective. And I really appreciate that, because obviously I'm having some sort of disconnect that I haven't figured out how to overcome yet. So if you have a new perspective that might help me overcome my disconnect, this like block that I have, yo, I appreciate any and all ideologies or ideas or beliefs or whatever. I believe it's into a note block there. Yeah. While we destroyed that note block, I should have destroyed, what, 2 blocks under it? I don't think it matters, though. Okay, so let's do this one first. And so that should work. We could use a torch as an analog. That's pretty sick, dude. I really like this form. Uskal equals Iskal 85? Dude, that would be wild. That's a thing for me. I like accents. I have a very Southern American accent myself. I just have a requirement that they speak English well. That's one of the, yeah. Okay, so we gotta go down, I believe, here, and do the same thing again. Those 3 blocks. Just like that. Into a block like that. And there we go. I think that's it. I really do. I think at some point we need to come through here. We need to make it as dark as possible. Separate it from the rest of the build as much as we can. Did I just put a... Okay, you can't put golden carrots in there. I was concerned for a moment. Grog, wait, are you in Uskal Swedish? Yeah, same. I'm not super picky about like English stuff as long as I can, if they can communicate, and like this isn't on them. I want to say that, but for the content that I watch, I don't give any care about nationality, as long as, if they tried to communicate a complex thought to me that I can understand it, I don't care about accents or anything like that. And that ability to communicate a complex thought is more about the person and not about the language, which means I'm judging them for their content, not for their nationality. How do you do the F3T trick? Cool, good question. So, I'll show you with the fishing farm real fast. So with the fishing farm, you just stand up here, you get into position, you hold the key that you want to hold down, okay? And this might be easier if you actually make this, like an arrow key on your keyboard. So I'm now gonna hold down the right mouse key. I hold F3T, and once the screen goes white, I let go of my arrow key. Once the screen is white, yeah, but I did it wrong here because it's, hang on, let me do it with my mouse, because my keyboard does not like to pull at the right speed. So here, I'll do it with my mouse. Hold right click, F3T. Once the screen goes white, I let go. And there it is. My hands, I'm clapping. And then to come back, and now I can Alt Tab freely. So here's as an example, I'm gonna pull over my YouTube page.
With no wither and no TNT.
Oh God. So I pull over my YouTube page, and you can see that I'm still auto fishing in the back there. So then I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna click back into Minecraft, and then I'm just gonna hit right click, and then that stops it. And there you go. That's how you use the F3T trick. Now I'm American, but pretty introverted, so I feel at home here. Oh, okay. The whole world watches Nims. Yeah, no. I don't think I would enjoy that if they did. Okay. Ah, I fell. Idiot. So I think that we just build the wall up, right? Yeah, I think that's what we do. That still opens. We get that. Let's build our wall up around it. And then we'll figure out the lighting once this wall is up. Oh, I'm out. I don't know if we have any more. I don't want to make stone brick if we still have stone brick. I don't see any. That's why you need the magma blocks. You hear how they sometimes burn down here? It's because a spider didn't take enough fall damage to kill him. Cool. Well, I don't even need, it didn't need to, that's interesting. Like, it still needs to be where it is because of the hoppers that are underneath it, and so that way it can be properly recessed inside of the wall. But interestingly, the front here can be anything. Didn't we say, like, andesite is going to be, hitboxes? We'll just make it granite. So that needs to be granite. Yep, that's exactly working as intended. Working as intended. Working as intended. Sick! Then we need... I don't know, do we put glass on it? We want it to be dark while we spam the rest of the area with light. Do we use andesite? Or do we use, like, polished diorite? Let's use polished diorite to enclose it. Chat room, I have to dehydrate again. Y'all are killing me here. I'm drowning. I have to go dehydrate. I'll be right back. Okay, chat room, listen here. We might need to reduce the number of hydrates that are redeemable per stream. This is ridiculous. Alex, would you mind keeping it in English? I obviously I need to provide a good chat experience. Oh my god, eyebrows. And I just can't moderate chats in other languages. Thank you. What do you think about Philza? I've only watched this stream for 10 minutes. I have no opinion. Absolutely no opinion. What project are you working on right now? We're putting the finishing touches on our, admittedly, ridiculously over-engineered mushroom farm. That's just literally the Greek alphabet? Well, that just proves my point even more. I had no idea that it was the alphabet. Nah, Alex, you're good, dude. You're like, I'm not trying to shame you. If anything, I'm shaming myself because I'm saying I'm such a narrow-minded human being that I only speak one language. Like, that's on me, not on you. Okay, so we need... Several things must happen. Every potential spot that a mushroom could spread to needs to be enclosed. We want to put a composter there, so that way we shut off the hopper state. Yeah, I should be able to get out of here. So I think I have to put a slab here. Because I need to get the light to stop, but it also has to be something that a mushroom can't grow on. That looks so weird if you're perfectly in line with the other hitbox. It looks like an old school 2D, like Doom sprite. Okay, so yeah, I do think I put a slab there. And I think that we make the entire front of this thing. We obviously can't leave any stone here unturned, left unturned. That needs to get filled. Here, let's not do these yet, because let me go get the slabs. It doesn't matter. Slabs don't have any efficiency loss or gain from crafting tables. Yeah, dude, the OG Doom, that was like one of my very first video gaming experiences. Too many viewers, so his chat is overfilled. I mean, that's just gonna happen with any large streamer. What I would like to do is there's a... Let me see if I can find this website real quick. Okay, check this out. This is a chat. This is a chat room that separates the spam chat from the real responses. So, I don't know. I'm giving you permission. Hit me with a bunch of emotes. Just spam a bunch of emotes and then ask a real question. And we'll see what happens. And while you guys do that, I'm gonna move that over there. Back into my other monitor. Just spam those emotes. Just make it absolute. Try to make it analogous to what like a big stream chat would be. And then ask a real question. Are hoppers transparent? Okay, okay, you guys are great. Boom. Here's the garbage spam chat. And here is what this service says is the real chat. So you should be able to use something like this in order to, and then, you know, I just don't look at this side. I just don't look over here. And I'm just like, oh, so there's some German. So please not German. Sorry, bud. If I remember correctly, mushrooms on Podzol aren't affected by light level. My base is completely surrounded by Podzol, and I can't stop mushrooms from spreading on top of my jack-o'-lanterns. Interesting. How was my day? My day's been streaming, and the stream has been pretty good, I think. Thank you, guys. I am reminiscent of terrible chats. Yeah! I don't know what to ask. That's okay. How old am I? I turned 30 in almost exactly a month. By the way, birthday stream in a month. It is so bad, but why? I mean, it's not the smartest, because I see, like, what is 030? Am I annoying? I mean, I would say that am I annoying should go into this side, into the spam side. And, like, confirmation stuff, like, holy shit, nice stream, that works, blah, blah, blah. I would say that these aren't things that I need to respond to either. So what you should look at this is not just emote spam, but as things that the streamer does or doesn't need to respond to. So do I need to respond to anything that's been over here? Probably not. Probably not. Do I need to respond to the stuff that's happening on this side? Yeah. These are the things that I want to make sure I respond to. And so this is what I'm already prepping. This is the service I'll use once, if, I don't want to say once, but if our chat room ever gets large enough that, if our chat room ever gets large enough that I can't keep up. So you could see that using something like this would allow me to still have that, good interaction with chat room. Okay, so anyway, I don't need to do that yet. So we're just gonna close it for now. How are you and your girlfriend holding up with the stay-at-home orders? I'm perfectly fine. I'm at 100%. It doesn't bother me at all. Girlfriends, it's been pretty rough. So without airing too much of like personal life things, girlfriend's dad is recovering from stage 3. He beat it. He's in remission, but stage 3 cancer. Literally, he was declared in remission, I don't know, a month ago. So, like, he was still battling cancer when the start of, like, COVID started. So he is the definition of immunocompromised. He can't leave the house. He can't do anything. We should not see him because we could be asymptomatic carriers. We haven't been tested. I'm having absolutely no symptoms. No trouble breathing. I have no like blotchiness around my toes. I have none of it. None of it. Absolutely nothing. So, of course, we're not... Man, my window's open and a big-ass ant is on my desk right now. The biggest of carpenter ants. My dude. I'm sorry. Oh, God. And he saw me. No, don't go into my speaker. Come on, man. Okay. I had a Swiffer nearby, and I Swiffered him, and he grabbed onto the Swiffer, and then I threw him in the trash can. Maybe it's time to close the window. Anyway, so to quickly finish this, I'm perfectly fine, but her parents are going stir crazy because, of course, he can't be exposed at all. He can't risk a damn thing. He is immunocompromised. He's the person that we're all staying at home to protect. So of course his wife, girlfriend's mom, they've been married, I don't know, 35 years, some amazing amount of time. So his wife, of course, can't leave the house either. They are as home quarantined as they possibly can be. But of course that takes a toll on them. And girlfriend is also an only child. So there's like a special bond that between her parents and her. They all really want to get together. They all really want to hang out and be around each other. And they're trying to come up with ways that they can. And I don't know, maybe I don't have enough emotional empathy, but I don't think that they should. It's not worth the risk. They're like, oh, well, we'll maintain 6 feet of social distancing while we sit in lawn chairs outside. And it's like, the 6 feet of social distancing is for people that must go out, not for people that are optionally going out. The rule is, if it's an optional thing, don't do it. If you must go out, then maintain. So it's like, man, she's just struggling because she really wants to, and like, it's rough because I've got to now be the one to rein her in. So we gotta stay strong. It's too soon. So I'm trying to work with her and work with her parents in ways that they could still interact and fulfill that familial need that doesn't put her dad's health at risk. Again, he was declared in remission like a month ago. So it's way too soon for him. It's way too soon. So have them install FaceTime. They all have new Android phones, so they all have Google Duo installed automatically. We had to go pick up some like government mail a while back. And so while we were picking up that mail from their house, I was like, girlfriend's mom, you have Google Duo. We can just FaceTime. We can just call each other. There's nothing that you need to do. And she goes, oh, well, I don't know how to do that. She's kind of, she likes to pretend that she's helpless because this is girlfriend's mom. She likes to pretend that she's helpless, even though she's a very capable woman. But she's just like she likes the attention. She's like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how I do it. I don't know how I set this up. And then I'm like, watch. And then I literally just called her using Google Duo. And she goes, oh, that was easy. And I was like, yes, it was. So I'm just gonna sit girlfriend and girlfriend's mom down, and I'm just gonna be like, we're just gonna call your mom. And we're gonna see how that feels. So I'm perfectly fine. This is a very long-winded way of saying I'm perfectly fine. I'm not particularly close to any any family members. There's too much history there. So I'm not particularly close to any of my family members. And we like I don't know. I've always been, I can do just fine in social situations, but I struggle greatly with people who I mean, it's the same thing with YouTube. And I'll just own this. I'm just gonna own it. I expect near perfection from people. I'll just own it right now to chat room. People need to do their best. People need to treat others the best that they can. They need to always strive to be the exact best in every situation that they're presented, which is not a fair expectation of me. It's not. But that's just the truth. That's just the way my brain is worded. I have a hard time forgiving whenever people aren't their best. And so because of that, I've just kind of led an isolationist lifestyle. So I'm largely unaffected by this. I don't feel any different. Oh. Well, I'm fine. Girlfriend's struggling. The biggest what? Carpenter ant. It was a carpenter ant. He's just chilling in like the trash can right now. Yeah. Scared the shit out of me. But here to tell you something, a lot of people are going out for people that don't need to. I was talking to a girlfriend about this last night because we were seriously considering, like, is it responsible, is it reasonable for us to go spend, I don't know, like an evening with our parents? The first thing that I said is nobody's eating. That's the first thing. Everybody's wearing a face mask. You and I could be talking to girlfriend. We could be asymptomatic carriers, and if we give that to your dad's in for a very hard time. We could be asymptomatic. For our efforts, I would give like our efforts of quarantining like an A-. The only things that we've really done is we've ordered food delivery, which is an unknown. Who knows what the food delivery people did, or like what the hygiene practices of those food delivery people were. Once we did get our food delivery, however, we always washed our hands and did our best to sanitize the outside of the packaging. We've had to, of course, fill up our car with gas. That's just a normal thing that you need to do. When we did that, however, I brought sanitizing wipes and I sanitized the pump handle before and after I used it. So that was that's a risk factor, but I did the best that I could in that situation. However, Candy did go inside and we got snacks from the gas station. In a perfect world, we should not have gone inside to get those snacks. But, we've been living off of, like, super basic food, only shelf-stable food for a while now. And we're like, you know what, damn it, we want a package of chips and a soda. And so that wasn't a great thing, and that's where I would subtract some points. But again, we then sanitized the outside of the sodas, the outside of the chips, and we sanitized Candy's hands whenever she got back into the car. So even though we weren't great, we still did it the best that we could. We also, instead of going to the grocery store, our grocery store offers grocery delivery relatively inexpensively. It's like, I think it was $8 to get your groceries delivered. And I was like, okay, sure. However, when the grocery delivery person, we create this order, this list of groceries. She tried to reverse into our driveway, but she wasn't very good at reversing, and she ended up reversing into our ditch instead. Okay, not that big of a deal. I do drive a truck, and I had a giant tow strap that I would be able to pull her out with. But because all of our neighbors are also social isolating, this is the most exciting thing that happened in like weeks around our neighborhood. So whenever she backed into our ditch, all of the neighbors came out and everybody was just chilling and just talking, and it's like this completely defeats the point of social isolation. So while we did our best to remove transfer vectors, so we didn't go to the grocery store, we instead got grocery delivery. The grocery delivery experience culminated in her backing herself into the ditch and then it becoming a neighborhood event. So A for effort in that case, but like a C for execution. So with all of those unknowns, you know, all of the neighbors that we then interacted with, all of the, you know, the food delivery person that we interacted with, we had like pizza delivered and like barbecue delivered, I don't know, a week or two ago. With those food delivery services, we don't know them. Of course, we don't know the person that delivered our groceries. That's an unknown, but that's still one unknown rather than the entire grocery store worth of unknowns. And dude, okay, with the new sub, thank you very much for that new sub, man. I really appreciate you. So I would give us like an A- for effort, but like a B- for execution is what I would give our score, because again, the entire neighborhood was just out chilling when I had to like get my truck out and then like pull around the block and then hook up my tow strap and then pull her out of the ditch, and it was like an event. And but is that event, and that happened, I don't know, 3 days ago, 4 days ago now, we could be asymptomatic. What does it say? Like it takes up to 2 weeks before symptoms present. We could be asymptomatic. And is a little bit of social time, a little bit of face-to-face time, worth the risk of all of the people that we've interacted with in our neighborhood, worth the risk of the food delivery lady, who I had to then get up and close and personal with because I had to talk to her about getting her car towed out of my ditch. The whole nine, right? Is that and those are the real questions that we need to ask. Are those reasonable risks for the benefit of the social interaction, which is a huge benefit, the social interaction of hanging out with her dad, but her dad is immunocompromised. And she's struggling with that. She's struggling with that a lot. So, but I'm good. I'm perfectly fine. Thanks for asking. The beginning of subs expiring. Ooh, is it? Oh yeah, it dropped down like 18. Oh no. Dude, when her car pulled into the ditch, did the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme? Womp, womp, womp. Yeah, a little bit. In my mind. I used to have a soundboard that had the Curb Your Enthusiasm just built in, ready to go. Siren, I got your hydrate, by the way. I'd like to point out your clean, new, recent. Clean. I'd like to point out your clean, new, dono, recent Subtrapper FX. Clean. Yeah, dude. Isn't that nice? Can you see that there's a little bit of animation in it? Like behind the Phoenix at all? Or does like that get completely lost to compression? Like here, I'll just sit here on a blue sky and not move. We spent a lot of time on that animation, and it might be too subtle for the compression. Can you see it? It's behind the Phoenix, but like inside his own circle. But sometimes it like, because the fire is like coming out of the little circle, sometimes it happens above him. It's like little ashes. Yeah! Okay, okay. I think we need to go there and there. And then what? Like a block? Oh, goodness, this is so far down. This is so much further down than I wanted to be. I need to get... Okay, fine. Man, those iron golems are noisy. I've got the hiccups again. Man, those birds. Can you hear them? They're making some noise. I'm trying to reduce the light. And at the same time, I'm also trying to reduce the number of spots that mushrooms can spread to. Yeah, actually. Nice iron golem noise. Yup. That's really cool. It could use a little bit more flair. I'll tell Candy. It's just, it looks really good on my end. But again, you know, through the compression of the stream, because of course the stream's getting compressed on my computer, and then the stream is getting compressed again. It's getting compressed again through Twitch as it goes back out to you guys. So it's always gonna get... It looks really good not inside of his circle, but it looks good as it comes out of his circle as I watch my own stream. I think this is right. And I'm building it all with, Actually, why would I do it that way? Why wouldn't I just do this? Oh, God. I only have 14 ender pearls. Well, this is already not opening, so that can just become... No, wait, it can't be a solid block. Because then a mushroom could grow to it. So it's got to be a slab. Okay, I think all of this looks good through here now. And I don't want to go any further. Try to get a peek using F5. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Do villagers need beds to breed? Yes. I don't think that it can grow into this block. However, I'm going to put a torch there and there to prevent that from happening, even though I'm pretty confident that they can't anyway. It really doesn't need to be... yeah, it kind of does need to be in that corner. It's fine. I think that's it. I think that's the first mushroom farm. Now we obviously don't have the output done because there's that dropper. So that's the overflow dropper. That needs to get finished. But that can wait. I only noticed it after I looked closely. I think the auto quality was knocked down a bit to prevent internet meltdown. I wouldn't be surprised. My my auto quality hasn't been the maximum quality of any stream I've watched lately. Good night. See you later, Uskal. Take care, man. What do you need mushrooms for? I'm sorry I missed that message. Villager breeding / zombification. How do you even use diorite? It's really ugly. It is really ugly, which is why I'm using it in a way that I will never have to look at it again. Because that's all gonna get covered up and hidden at some point. I'm never gonna look at it. At some point, it's gonna get hidden. I don't like how bare bones this looks. It's just like, boom, here I am. Oh wow, it already farmed a mushroom. It's just like, here I am. There's no aesthetics, there's no nothing to it. What can we do to, like, visually dress this up? And I also maybe want some sort of representation of it being mushrooms that are inside of there. Why the rails around your bed? It was a test in order to stop villagers from pathing to my bed, ideally to prevent these villagers from thinking that they are a part of a village, so that way cats will stop spawning, because I'm really sick of cats in my base. Because sometimes they'll get into, like, the fishing farm, and then they'll just sit here and make this, like, this noise over and over, and it's really obnoxious. They'll stand inside of my nano farm, and that's really obnoxious. I gotta figure out some way of killing these cats, or stopping them from spawning. These two cats were supposed to override the cat cap, but they didn't do it. Go to a dark oak, blah, I can't talk. Go to a dark oak biome and get large mushroom blocks. You think that would look good? Okay, we'll try it. Did it work? No. No, it did not. Oh, man, look at the sub count. It's just falling. I think there's a dark oak forest around here. The end of an age, the Christopher ZGS age. Isn't there a dark oak forest around here somewhere? Then you'll buy 40 hydrates? Yeah, I read it. There is a cap on the number of hydrates that you can redeem per stream, just for the record. You can only redeem, like, I don't know, 10? So that way you can't drown me. What's this music? It's a lo-fi playlist. Dude, I could have sworn there was a giant, or a dark oak forest somewhere around this forest. Or excuse me, around this jungle. How's my elytra? Oh, it's just fine. Don't we have a map somewhere? Pretty sure we have a map. And maybe that map will tell us where that dark oak forest was. You guys see where a dark oak forest would be? No totem is dangerous. Why not just bone meal one mushroom you got? That's also fair, but I want to also learn my world, like the nearby areas. It's a birch forest. Oh, there we are. Wait, did I need shears? How do you get large mushroom blocks? Silk touch? Does silk touch work? All right. We'll get 1 mushroom's worth of brown and 1 mushroom's worth of red. Oh, there's 2 different types? I didn't realize that stems were different than... like, yielded different blocks. Mushroom stem versus brown mushroom block. I didn't know that. Today I learned. A red one. I kind of want to be closer to the beach. That way, fewer opportunities for mobs to come up and murder us. By the way, what is fortune axes used on? Thinking emoji. Fortune is used for mushrooms. There you go. Fortune axe on giant mushrooms. But we over-engineered a mushroom farm to do that for us. Okay, are we all good? Let's just explore more of this ocean. One of the only things that I can complain about my world is I wish that there was a ocean monument significantly closer. Yeah, I'm home. All right. So we have, this is the brown mushroom farm. How would we take these brown mushroom blocks wow, we had exactly the same amount. That kind of blows my mind. How do we take these brown mushroom blocks and dress this up? Let's come over here to our temporary one. I mean, is this disgusting? Okay, well, it definitely needs to go down to the floor. sorry I spread disinformation. Fortune doesn't help with mushrooms. Well, banned? No, that's fine. I don't know what you would use a fortune axe on then. Leaves to get saplings, question mark? Item frame? Item frames are completely out. We're never using an item frame. Never, ever, ever. The item frames are one of the worst entities that create lag. So we've got to somehow denote this without using item frames, without using none of it. Here, let's go get a shulker. And we could dye this shulker, remember. This shulker, maybe we dye the shulker brown. Maybe we dye the shulker white, and then it would fit in, like it would act as kind of like a pseudo stem here. Let all those mushrooms we farmed. Nims, are you going to make a new design for the Guardian farm, or are you going to use somebody else's design? It just depends. I'll probably give it a crack myself. But if I am... what is that word, chat room? I need to remember that word. Convergent evolution-ing. Convergent evolutioning to somebody else's already existing design, I'll just save myself the time and use their design. Make the shulker brown. What if we made it? Oh, I could do brown, but I could also do white, kind of emulating a white stem there. You see what I'm going for? Convergent evolution, it's this thing that happens in nature where a creature will have a challenge or a difficulty in its environment, so it will evolve in a way to overcome that challenge or difficulty. And then a second, completely unrelated creature with on the other side of the planet with just no relation at all, will face a similar challenge and will evolve in a similar way to overcome the similar thing. So these two completely unrelated things ended up having the same final result. Convergent evolution. This happens... You know, I'm kind of using that as an example and saying that this happens inside of Minecraft all the time. As an example, build me an original fish farm. Okay, well, let's say the fish farm that you try to build uses a fence pressure plate. Well, you're always gonna have to start out with, I don't have a fence or a pressure plate on me, but you always have to start out with a fence with like a pressure plate on top of it every single time. Well, then what do you do after this point? Well, you need blocks to keep the water in. You're gonna go block, block, block to keep the water in, right? Except the block back here must always be a right-click override block, right? Which I don't have any right-click override blocks on me. So we're just gonna put like I don't know, a composter to kind of represent that something that you need to be right-clicking. There is no other way of doing this. You will always start with a fence, a pressure plate, a block, and a block to keep the water in, and then a block back here that's a right-click override.
So all fence pressure plate designs are going to be almost the same thing. Even if, let's say you took a person and this person has never seen YouTube, never watched any videos, not part of the community at all. And then you start to like introduce mechanics to them and you show them that you could use a fence pressure plate right click override design, right? If that's all you say to them, fence pressure plate right click override, they're gonna come up with a design that looks almost exactly like what we just presented. And that's my point. Is so if there is a Guardian farm, so we're gonna try to make our own farm first. But if we end up convergent evolutioning, arriving at the same design somebody else has, well, then we'll just use their design and give them credit for it. Okay, brown mushroom and a red shulker box. No. Because we're gonna have 2 mushroom farms. So we're gonna build a second mushroom farm on the other side. So a second mushroom farm is gonna go right here. And basically the exact same constraints and the exact same everything right here. And this one will be the red mushroom. So whatever we do, it must be, we must be able to tell the difference between the brown mushroom side and the red mushroom side. No, please don't, Theodore. Nims, you got a background in biology? Buddy, I barely graduated high school. No, not at all. Evolving convergently. Sure. Let me make sure that that is actually what it's called and that... Yeah, convergent evolution. Oh yeah, look, they describe it so much more succinctly than I do. Convergent evolution is the independent evolution of similar features in species of different periods or epochs in time. Convergent evolution creates analogous structures that have similar form or function, but were not present in the last common ancestor of those groups. Some cladastic term for the same phenomenon is homoplasy. The recurrent evolution of flight is a classic example, as flying insects, birds, pterosaurs, and bats have independently evolved the useful capacity of flight. Functionally similar features that have arisen through convergent evolution are analogous, whereas homologous structures or traits have a common origin but can have dissimilar functions. Bird, bat, and pterosaur wings are analogous structures, but their forelimbs are homologous, sharing an ancestral state despite serving different functions. Boom. Convergent evolution. So this happens all the time in Minecraft because two people might come up with the same design completely independently of each other with only the same basic knowledge. How do I know what convergent evolution is? I don't know. It's just in my little brain meat somewhere. What do I think about Nembom? I have no opinion. I've never seen his content. I have no knowledge of him at all. I know the name, and that's about it. Zero opinion. A perfect 5. Neither good nor bad, true neutral. Can I send you my idea for the storage on Discord? Sure, post it in the Twitch channel in Discord. Here, I do have an idea. We might be able to test one of these. It's a good thing my Silk Touch pickaxe was at the ready. It's in general. Nope, I'm not gonna look at it. It's in general. No, give me a moment. Oh, that's kind of neat. Well, it's got to be a shulker. So this is what he did. I'll show you. I'll show you here on chat room. Or here on stream. So he went blat, blat, blat. Blat, blat, blat. Brown. Blat, blat. Blat, 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 blat. Does that look like a mushroom to you guys? Clever. Yeah, shout out to Tree Guts. Remove the middle top block. To what end? This? And what would you put there? I get it? Okay, I did get it. So now it's like 2 mushrooms. You have an entire wall as a canvas. Man, I have to dehydrate again. This hydrate command, dude. It's killer. Flex your creative muscles. I am a 100% analytical, I'm a right brain person. I have 0 creativity. How did I make the skeleton farm? I have a tutorial video up on my YouTube page. !YouTube if you want to see the entirety of that video, how to build it, how it works. But basically, I'll give you a quick rundown. There's a skeleton spawner under the ground, one of those like cage spawners. We take those skeletons all the way up like a bubble elevator, across a little pathway, and then we have them fall down right here, a very exact distance, landing at 1 health. We then have a bunch of wolves set up. Wolves default aggro skeletons, so they will attack them. And then because the wolves are owned by the player, when the wolves do attack the skeletons, they drop experience. And that's basically how it works. And then I have these trapdoors that open and close on very precise timings, so that way you could see the skeletons are like drawing their bows, attempting to shoot me. See? But he can never shoot me. Nor can he shoot my wolves, which is really important. So I can never get shot, nor can my wolves ever get shot. If you ever watch a skeleton farm or a skeleton tutorial video where they don't have a system like this, your wolves are gonna die a lot faster, because when a skeleton lands that has protection armor or feather falling, then he will take multiple hits before he dies, in which case he'll be able to retaliate against your wolves. So if any other skeleton farm doesn't have a system like this, then it's a garbage farm and you shouldn't use it. So, that's how it works. See you later, Grog. Take care, man. Maybe place more brown mushrooms on the side. Okay, here, let me show you the idea that I had. Okay, so we already have a red shulker box. So I was like, what if we just make the whole thing red and the whole thing brown before I dye a shulker box brown? Chat room, if you dye a shulker box, that's almost too much, man. If you dye a shulker box, can you then dye it another color later? Or once it's colored, is it that color for forever? I once found a double skeleton farm and your design worked like a charm. That's insane, dude. That would be so cool. Your wolves are gonna die twice as quick. You do need to, you need to know that. Okay, you can change it? Sick. Sick. That's actually the sickest. That's so cool. But of course, you're gonna get double the rates of your farm. So if you're going to use a double skeleton farm, of course you're gonna spawn skeletons twice as fast, but that also means that you're gonna get Thorns armor twice as fast. And with the Thorns armor, you're gonna have, then you're gonna damage your wolves twice as quickly, which means your wolves are going to die twice as quickly. So because of that, you might consider building some sort of potion splashing system that splashes your wolves once every, let's see, you'll probably lose a wolf. Let's assume that you're in the hardest difficulty. And in the hardest difficulty, my wolves die at about 14 hours. It can happen, if you're really unlucky, as fast as like 12 hours. So let's go for the fastest. So say 12. It's gonna happen twice as quick to you because you've got 2 skeleton farms. So it'll happen 6 hours at the fastest before one of your wolves dies. So I would say that you need to splash your wolves with a potion of regen every 5 hours. So what you would do is I would think that you would have like a dispenser right about here and have it launch, maybe a little lower, but have it launch a splash potion of regen onto your wolves on a 5-hour timer. That's what I would do. Have a good night, Theodore man. Take care. So yeah, we'll make a white shulker and a brown shulker. And let me go ahead and put some of this stuff back up so I can free up my inventory space. I think we want to save some of those stone bricks. Okay, so I want a white shulker and a brown shulker. So white's easy. Yeah, there's some white dye. Do I have some brown dye just chilling? Any cocoa beans? No. Okay, but we know where some cocoa beans are. We're gonna nap first. Can you put dispensers to dispense meat on dogs? Sadly, no. That does not work. That would be amazing if you could. But it would then require an entire redesign of this room, because where would you put those dispensers that feed your dogs? It'd be tough. There's also a chance that you might be able to splash the potions through the floor onto your wolves, but that would be difficult because you also need the robust item collection system right underneath your wolves. So how do you get, you know, the splash potions of healing onto your wolves? It's gonna be tough. Possible, for sure, possible. Because you also need to keep this redstone here. Now, this redstone here is just a clock that perfectly triggers these trapdoors. You could move the bulk of this redstone somewhere else. It doesn't need to be here. The only thing that you need to have is let me see, do I have some scaffolding? I do. The only thing that must be here is this redstone. So this one, this one, this one, and that one. That's it. Those 4 pieces of redstone are the only things that are actually required in this room. So the rest of this redstone, you can move somewhere else. It doesn't need to be here. I could have it above my roof and therefore make this room feel a lot less claustrophobic. I could. And then once that space is freed up, you might be able to put a dispenser in a position that will splash your wolves a little more accurately. So say you can put a dispenser, as an example, say right here. You could have it be that podzol be a dispenser that gets, oh no, but then that would diagonal power. It would quasi power there. Be a little rough. Still, you get the point that you could offload this redstone. You could put this somewhere else. You don't need these repeaters in this room. You do need the repeaters, but they can just be somewhere else. And then with this space saved, you would have to then put some sort of dispenser dispensing your potions of regen. If you did potions of healing, you'd have to dispense them more frequently, which is why I say regen. So you take your potions of regen, and you'd have to build a huge supply of them, and then you'd have to build a 5-hour clock to heal your wolves. It's all possible, but you'd have to science the shit out of it. Anyway. You can get witches to throw regen potions infinity, but it's going to be tough to squeeze them in. Yeah, that would be a problem. Because don't you have to have, like, a witch right next to a pillager to do that? Okay, a new question. If you name a pillager Johnny, will that pillager attack skeletons? Nah, that won't work. Because then the skeletons would die by the pillager, which isn't owned by the player, so he would not generate experience upon killing something. So you would have to have a witch looking at a pillager trying to throw splash potions of regen. Do splash potions of regen act as potions of poison when they hit a skeleton? What happens to a skeleton when he is affected by a splash potion of regen?
Iron Golems? Iron Golems wouldn't work because they're not owned by the player. And just because I'm curious. Okay, it does make it white no matter what. Let's try some stems. Actually, that would be laggy. You can't use entity cramming because then entity cramming doesn't drop the experience, which is the whole point of that skeleton grinder. So it's got to be wolves. It has to be wolves. So how do you get splash potions of regen to constantly hit your wolves? Entity cramming does drop experience? No, it doesn't. What? No, it doesn't. If I were to put 24 skeletons into that spot, no. But don't gold farms use that? Okay, gold farms don't. Hang on, because you guys are dangerously close to spreading some misinformation. The reason that gold farms drop experience through entity cramming is not because entity cramming drops experience, but because gold farms, the zombie pigmen inside the gold farms are aggroed to the player. Therefore, the how do I phrase this? They are considered in combat with the player and therefore drop their experience. Not because the entity cramming triggered the experience drop. It's because the zombie pigman was considered in combat with the player, therefore when he dies, he drops his experience. I want to point out that we have two different people here named Tree. One of them Tree Guts and one of them Tree 37. Are you guys brothers? Do you know each other? Also, does this look good? I feel like it's extra. It's a different mechanic of becoming in combat with the player. So the skeleton can shoot the player, but the zombie pigments, it's the herd aggro of the zombie pigmen. Specifically, the player needs to do damage to the very first zombie pigmen in order to get them into the aggressive state against the player. That aggressive state was originally triggered by damage that the player dealt. That damaged state then propagates to all the other zombie pigmen. Which is how zombie pigmen gold farms work. So then all zombie pigmens are in this damaged state. Even though they haven't taken damage, they're still in the damaged state. Therefore, when they die, they drop experience and they're rare drops. Skeletons do not have that damaged herd mentality that can propagate through a herd of skeletons. So whenever they die through other causes, they don't drop their experience.
So it is a complicated set of mechanics, but see you later, tree. Tree 37. See you later. You make your farm in the Nether to get you experience? Wait, but why? I can make it at the overworld and get me experience. Can you use harm potions? Well, harm potions would heal a skeleton. So your question should be, could you use splash potions of healing to kill a skeleton? It will kill the skeleton, but if you're throwing that potion from a dispenser, then no, it will not count as a player kill. Same principle for like shooting arrows. If the player shoots the arrow, obviously it will have the player tag. But if that arrow comes from a dispenser, then no, it will not count as a player kill, which is why it's so gated behind wolves. It's also why in Bedrock, the shifting trident design, which only works in Bedrock, is so powerful. Wither roses don't work either, because that's just considered an environmental death. So what do we think about this mushroom? Here, let's go ahead and try brown. I think the white looks better than purple, but I still don't think it looks particularly good. I mean, it's gotta be both, though. We have to be able to do both brown and red. So I mean, actually what I could do is I could just set this up a second time. Here. Let's scoot it over one more. And then, that's my actual redstone box, so don't let me forget this. Yeah, give or take. Okay, so comparatively, and we don't have enough stems for this, but that's okay. We could just go get more. See, I don't know if that looks good. Now let's pop this out and give it a try here. This is probably the best that we got so far. I mean, this is definitely a brown mushroom, right? And this is definitely a red mushroom. Okay, I think that this is the best that we've got so far. Let's go get 2 more mushroom stems. Are we gonna have enough torches? Let's get some more, or not torches.
rockets. And let's also sleep real quick. Oh, 2.5 hearts! Oh, buddy. We almost popped the totem. Maybe I should not rocket boost straight down. That was a bad idea. Let's not do that no more. Where was my map? I could have sworn I put it in this one. There it is. Okay, so it was... basically in a straight line now. How much do you want to bet that Nims dies in this world to flying damage? Oh man, I don't know if I would take that bet. That seems likely. Wow, almost perfect. I'm all nervous now. Look at me like slow glide in. Okay. I was worried that okay, that's some more stem blocks. That's all we needed. Okay, all this way. And back home we go. About that way. See you later, Siren. Take care, man. Are you going to make a storage system in this world? Yes. It's in my... Oh, well, I don't have a to-do list. I don't have the to-do list on me, but yes, I have a to-do list, and in that to-do list is a storage system. Just right over the top of that tree. Very nice. Well, there's home. So is that what we're gonna do for our mushrooms? I think that's pretty clear. That's a brown and a red mushroom. What do you think? Does that communicate clearly and concisely that those are exactly what we expect them to be? I think so. I think that's good. So this red one is actually my real redstone shulker. So before we do anything else, let's go make a mushroom shulker. I like that you can dye those infinitely. That's really nice. And that's gonna go, I don't know, right there-ish. And actually, all of this is coming out now. Cool. Flat. Chokers are too valuable. to even risk that a little bit. Brown. And then we went like, oh god, I don't even remember. I think it was just that little hat on top. You know what we didn't check? We didn't check if mushroom blocks conduct redstone. That's something that we should check. Okay, cool. So that one does. Okay, and that one does as well. Okay, good, 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 good. That definitely feels like a mushroom. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4 from the edge. One, 2, 3, 4. Wow, I actually kind of eyeballed that perfectly. We need some placeholder to then run a comparator into the back of it. Or excuse me, not a comparator, but a hopper. Flat. Oh, I can't just quick select the shulker box using the existing red shulker box. Oh, my sub ran out like an hour ago. Yeah, we had what was it, like a couple hundred gifted subs through the month of, what would that be, April? And they're starting to run out now. Okay, so we need these blocks back. And then that's going to be the red mushroom farm that we're going to build inside the wall on this side. That's basically as far as I know how it goes. That's the entirety of my knowledge of that build. And so that definitely feels like a red mushroom farm. And this definitely feels like a brown mushroom farm. Let's get a little brown mushroom block to go below this shulker. So that way, whenever we close it, we see the brown mushroom and not just the opening. And let's do the same thing for this side. Did I get all the items that were down here? I think I did. And that makes it look a lot better. So whenever you close it, you see the red that's under it, and not just a void.
Sick. Sorry, I scratched my face. Okay, so let's put some of this stuff up. Can you combine, out of curiosity, can you make mushroom blocks by combining together, like, smaller mushrooms? Like, if I were to combine, I don't know, 9 baby mushrooms, will it make a big mushroom? Treegut says he thinks so. Oh, I don't have any. It doesn't look like it. Nope. Huh. Yeah, okay, this is all fine. Okay. Yeah, so this is all good. Let's finish cleaning up our inventory. So we've got that built. We've also got this one built. So we don't need these mushroom blocks anymore, nor do we need these mushroom stems. What happens if we destroy them? Nothing out of those. Okay, cool. So if we destroy them, we'll get stuff back. Can we use our concrete converter, or do we destroy them too quickly? We might destroy them too quickly. Hold right click, hold left click. Yeah, we destroy them too quickly. So what if we use a fortune axe? Hold right click, hold left click. Oh. But are we not getting mushrooms? It didn't look like we're getting mushrooms. Ah, there's our mushrooms. Okay, so this is good. Wow. This thing can do everything. It's so good. Okay. And then we're gonna do the same, and see, there's all of our mushrooms. And now we're gonna do the same thing with the red mushrooms. I'm just gonna auto-convert all of our red mushrooms into, or our red mushroom blocks into red mushrooms. This thing is freaking sick. And then, oh no, we ran out. Instead of punching a hole in the back of my base, I just start to auto mine cobblestone. And the brown mushrooms we'll put over here. And the red mushrooms right there. Cool. Sick inventory management. Well, all of this needs to get put up. Oh, hey. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably AFK overnight and let that brown mushroom farm work and just let it run. Oh god, we already had one cocoa bean. And just let it run, and then we'll check it. Why do these seem different colors? Chat? Look at that. Do those look different to you? This one looks a touch darker. Yeah, it's not lighting.
That's strange. Yeah, it's a Satanist. She's come back. Anyway. No room in there. No room in there. Are we just gonna destroy some podzol? We'll just plant it. We'll just put it over here. Oh, wait. This doesn't work. Duh. Okay. So we'll then put that there. Hang on. I just heard somebody, like, yell outside. The original shulker color has variations. Hi, by the way. Hello! I still have my window open, so I'm gonna go see if somebody's, like, yelling, like one of my neighbors outside. I might close the window now.
I just heard one of my neighbors yell something like, "That's a living soul you're torturing and tormenting." One of my other neighbors then yells, "Shut the fuck up." And then that first neighbor yells something like, "I will come down there and I will fucking fight you. I will beat the shit out of you." Something to that effect. She did say, quote unquote, "It is a living soul you're torturing and tormenting." So this is an ongoing saga that we've been experiencing, where one of our neighbors had their dogs go missing. I don't know, back in like late January, and this neighbor believes that somebody in the neighborhood stole her dog. She also thinks that, and she said this before, I'm not making this up, that like the devil possessed us or is convincing people to steal her dog, something like that. I don't know what it is with like me and like Satanists or like. So anyway, I'm sitting here in my house having a nice stream with you lovely people. And window open. It's a nice day. It's like mid-70s here in Kansas City, and I live in a pretty like my neighborhood. I have a friend who is a I don't know what his major is. It's like geopolitical sciences or something like that. He basically studies how. God, can you hear this? Hang on. Can you hear that? Y'all are sick. Okay, so anyway, one of our friends is like a geosciences major and blah, blah, blah. So he studies like neighborhoods and looks at poverty and wealth inequality, and he looks at like maps of all of this to see how it's like a systemic thing, blah, 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 blah. So he has tools that he's able to look at to see neighborhoods and the geopolitical like ideology. You fucking hear this? He looked at our neighborhood and we're just dead middle class. It's like perfectly 50-50 red blue. We're not high middle class, we're not low middle class. We are the definition of suburbia. Just the straight perfectly down the middle of suburbia. Do you hear this? She just screamed it to the neighborhood. And she's like standing on her back porch. So we're like backyard catty corner neighbors, right? So it's not my backyard. She just said that we should all be locked up in a penitentiary. Fuck. So we're right down the middle. So it's not a bad neighborhood. The crime here, we checked it before we move in. There was very little crime. You hear this? She's now like talking to someone on her back porch. It's really quiet. I heard her say something like, "Call the cops. I don't even care." I guess another. So yeah. We did a crime check on the neighborhood before we moved in, and there's no crime. There's you know, every now and then somebody has a car get. You got my dog. I'm about to call the cops and report like a public disturbance. Can we get somebody to start clipping these so I can turn them over to the police? You guys hear this? So, we checked the crime. Crime is good. It's fine. Every now and then somebody had like a car get rummaged through, blah, blah, blah. That's normal stuff for any neighborhood. Doesn't matter high neighborhood, low neighborhood, blah, 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 right? But for this, she has been going on and on and on about this dog since like mid-January. We've tried talking to her. She's come at us with like a giant stick, like threatening us, like threatening to beat us with this, I don't know, like stick, like a broom handle or something like that. She's making sure that the neighbor's property value doesn't go up. You're saving on property taxes. We don't own our house, we rent. We can hear, but not what she says. Oh, okay, I see. So you can just hear like indiscriminate screaming in the distance is what you can hear. Okay. I'm holding back or something like that. So I don't know. I'm at my wit's end with this lady. Whenever she came at us with a stick, with like she was like threatening to beat us with a broom handle, basically. And because yep, that's great. Can we get that clipped, please? I really hope that somebody is just clipping all of this, and could you just send them to me in a Discord private message, because I'm going to turn this over to the police. Here, I wonder if I can like add a stream marker. Boom. So yeah, we've been dealing with this lady for a long time now. Again, her dog went missing in February, or like late January, early February, somewhere around there. That sucks. It really sucks for her. And but she is convinced, just absolutely convinced, that somebody in the neighborhood is plotting against her to steal her dogs, and I don't know, right now she hasn't said it, but she has made claims that like we're possessed by the devil and that's why we steal her dogs. She said that before. So I think we're gonna end the stream today, guys, because I'm about to get on the phone with the cops. The cop said, so whenever she came at us with the stick, and like started threatening to beat us with this big ass, I don't know, it's a broom handle, right? It's like a 5-6 foot tall thing, and she's like swinging it at us. And after she came at us with that, I tried to press charges right there for like some form of assault, some form of something, right? The cops came out and they said, did she make contact? Did she do anything? Well, then she hasn't done anything outright illegal. The cop calls me, and I have all of this on recording because, one, my phone records every conversation that I have, and two, Missouri, which is where I live, is a one-party consent state. So I consent to the recording, and that's all I need. So I record every phone call that I get. So I have this on recording. The cop basically saying she is clearly unhinged. However, until she does something outright illegal, there's nothing that we can do, and there's nothing that we will do, because it's not a crime to be how do I phrase this nicely? I don't remember the cop's wording. It's not a crime to be, I don't know any better word. It's not a crime to be crazy. It's not, you can't go to jail just because you're crazy. And that's good. That's a good thing. That's a good system. But the problem is she's like fired off guns before. I have stream recordings of her like discharging firearms. Again, we're like diagonal neighbors, diagonal backyard neighbors. Again, she's like come at us with like a stick or a broom handle. I don't want to say that she was trying to hit us, but she was definitely like, you know how like you would like wave a baseball bat trying to, or like maybe wave a fly swatter to hit a fly at the air. That's kind of what she was doing, just in our direction. Maybe if you think a broom handle's 5 foot tall, then she was probably 7 or 8 feet away from us as she was doing that. So it was close. It was close enough to be uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Imagine somebody coming at you with a stick and swinging it only a couple feet away off of your body. But she didn't. It's not illegal. So there's nothing that the cops could do. So the cops told me to just document everything. And the best way to document everything is to call and make a police report every time she does something like this. And here she is doing something like this again. So I'm going to go call the cops. Gentlemen, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'm sorry that the stream ended on a kind of odd note. You guys take care. Join the Discord. I'll probably post an update there. So you guys are wonderful. I love you so very much. Huge shout out to Momiji with $150 dues. Paralyzer with a raid. Momiji again with a huge sub today. Bradley, Ticonderoga, and Dodd. You guys are absolutely amazing. Oh, Bradley again. I missed that one. You guys are lovely. I'll be back soon. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye.